Advantage Wilson.
Struck that beautifully, Wilson.
So aggressive and attacking minded. It's great to see. She's playing like she's in the middle of a match already, not right at the beginning, and that's going to benefit her so much if she can get the breakthrough here.
Out.
Yeah, I wonder if the wind is perhaps playing a little factor here, because it would be blowing from behind Emma's back.
Yeah,
and I wonder equally whether actually that's troubling Maya's serve a little too.
Well, potentially. I think you could see the wind actually carry that last ground stroke of Wilson's. But in the same way, like we see on that one down the line, when she measures it correctly, it's very helpful because of the speed it adds to it and puts Maya on the back foot.
So Wilson with break point.
Game. Wilson.
And she gets the break in the opening game, and a really solid performance, as you say, really imposing herself early on in the game, Emma Wilson.
Absolutely. I'm really impressed to see this straight from the starting blocks. It's not often that a player will come out firing like this, and you know, she is just back to competition. She's actually an alternate in this draw. Tiffany William, who was originally scheduled to face Lumsden, pulled out, so she wasn't even going to be here, but she's certainly seizing her opportunity. But it's never a break until it's consolidated, so with now she's up against the wind. Let's see how that might affect her.
She claims her favourite shot is her serve.
Serve.
So let's see how well that goes. But as you say, nature may have a word in this.
Oh, tremendous pass. She's reading that ball so well and so early into position to take that pass, but questionable on the slice approach from Lumsden. The way Wilson's striking at the moment, she didn't need that extra time to get ready.
All.
They're both striking the ball nicely in these early stages, and as Abigail said at the beginning, for Maya Lumsden, this is a comeback after a pretty long layoff for her, so she'll be really keen to get the feel of things again.
15-13.
It's interesting, that's the first time she's really missed when she's been on the front foot. She's been so dialed in so far.
No. Nearly picked that one up off her toes. Lumsden just couldn't quite execute it.
She made life difficult for herself there. It was a good return as well. She'd stepped in and took it early to try and impose herself, but wasn't quick enough up to that net afterwards.
Oh.
Out. 30-14.
I have to say, even if the tactics aren't right, it is so enjoyable watching players coming into the net and mixing the game up. And we saw this quite a lot yesterday. And to see the girls doing it too gladdens my heart, because from a spectator's point of view, it makes the game so much more enjoyable to watch, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Wilson lacked options there, actually, except to come up, because Maya was throwing a lot of slice and dice at her and paid off in the end.
Game. Lumsden.
So Lumsden gets the break
First
back,
set.
but it's a very nicely contested match so far in these opening games.
Yeah, This is shaping up to be an interesting clash. Obviously, we've got Wilson, who's incredibly aggressive and attacking-minded, a big hitter, and Lumsden, who can really mix it up.
Love.
And it's still only game 3, but I'm just sensing that Wilson in the last couple of minutes has lost a little bit of her intensity very suddenly.
Love.
Yes, very early in the game to do that, or match, I should say.
Well, it's interesting, in tennis it only takes 1 or 2 points to change the momentum and the tide and to completely alter a player's mindset as well. Lumsden's giving her a lot to think about and maybe making her question her tactics.
Out. 40 love. Game Lumsden.
So first hold
Lumsden
of the
leads 2 games
match.
to 1. First set.
And Maya Lumsden will be happy with that. As you alluded to, Abigail, Emma Wilson less so after a terrific start in those opening games. Certainly that opening game when she broke Maya Lumsden, she just seems to have dropped off a little.
It was, I mean, a great regroup from Lumsden, but for Wilson, a different player really in the last game and a half than she was for the opening game. And it really did just take a couple of points. I'm thinking about the moment when she moved into the forecourt and she had that final volley on her racket. Lumsden was really playing catch-up, scrambling behind the baseline, and she missed that put away, and she's honestly not really been the same player since. But, you know, 3 games in, still early days, so she's just got to stay in the moment, and we're on serve, so much time to regroup for Emma Wilson.
So Wilson serving at 1-2.
Love 15.
You can see just with her hair blowing there, the winds. And we were talking about this yesterday. Whichever side of the net you're on, the wind is going to be an issue because of your ball toss. That's always affected. And a straight ball toss is the foundation for any good serve. There's that backhand.
Love 30.
Streaks when she connects correctly.
Love 40.
She's really putting the pressure on. She was practically stood on top of the service line to return that serve. And as well as taking the game to Wilson now, she'll probably be getting in her head. And maybe that double fault to open the game indicated that this might be the case.
Game Lumsden.
Yeah, it's become a bit of a struggle for Emma
Lumsden
Wilson.
leads 3 games to
Perhaps
1.
not getting quite enough
First
depth
set.
on those serves as well to really trouble her opponents.
Yeah, Maya was stood so far in to take those returns, and there was really such a small opening, but I think she sensed a change in momentum here, and she's really altered her play very impressively.
15 love.
You know, there are a couple of uncharacteristic misses in the opening game from Lumsden, and she hasn't played for so many months. That's to be expected in her first match back.
That's first serve.
Yes, crossing
50-all.
herself. That was a little bit of an overhit from Lumsden. And Emma Wilson getting on the scoreboard.
Yeah, you can sense Lumsden getting quite ambitious. She was starting to get into a bit of a zone and knew what she wanted to do. So we'll be disappointed with that miss because she had quite the streak of points going.
30-15.
I'm slightly mystified by Emma Wilson right now. That I'm just really dumped that into the net, and I thought didn't have too much of an issue. I mean, I would anyway. I'm slightly perplexed by what's happened to her after such a great start.
That's all.
I mean, a lot of it is to do with the mentality, and something that's really key in tennis is to stay in the moment. And as she got the opening break pretty impressively, maybe she would already have started thinking ahead about the possibilities and can I win this set, can I win this match, and that kind of thing, just really unhelpful.
40-30.
Yeah, it's a very mental game, isn't it? Like golf, which she tried taking up out in the States, Emma Wilson. If you can get your mental side under control, you're halfway there.
Absolutely.
Out. Game Lumsden. Lumsden leads 4-1, first set.
So Lumsden marches on. How do you think she'll be feeling now, having been out of the game for so long, that she's just getting hold of this opening set?
Well, I think, first of all, she'll be relieved to be back on court. I know it was so frustrating for her, particularly when she was ill, because of the draining impacts of that. I think a lot of the time, really, she couldn't do much except stay in beds all day. Some days, I mean, she's at University of Stirling, which is a great base for a lot of players at the moment. But I think some days she wasn't even able to go into uni. So just to be back on court competing is great. And the way the last 4 games have gone, you can see her pretty quickly easing back into the old routine. You know, talent doesn't die even when you're set back, and I think she's pretty seamlessly now moving back into the old way of things. So they should be really pleased out here at the moment, I would think.
So Emma Wilson mentally just needs to get back to where she was at the outset of this match. She was striking the ball beautifully. Some really penetrating shots, finding the lines, but just fallen away. Here she is serving now 1-4.
Out.
There's really not much depth on that first serve,
Love
is there?
15.
I think she's just not as zoned in as she was at the beginning of this match. And you know, when you have a couple of misses like that volley earlier on, that's when you start thinking about the other conditions, you know, the winds, etc. Oh, what a rally.
15-all.
Well, she played that well because bearing in mind what was happening with the wind, to play that smash from near enough the baseline was pretty courageous.
Yeah, fantastic finish. That final shot is what we were seeing in the first game from Wilson and what she needs to bring more of, because I don't think she's going to outcraft Lumsden out here. She needs to hit through her if at all possible. I thought it was a nice little move from Lumsden to bring out the drop shot when one of Wilson's shots clipped the net, because she didn't have as many options there, but wasn't quite enough depth on the lob.
Out. 30-15.
That's a super forehand.
40-15.
That really dipped over the net as it came into Lumsden, who that was a tricky shot for her.
Absolutely. Not only was it flat and close to the net even, but it was aimed at Lumsden's body as well, which meant that she was trapped up and didn't have as many options.
Faults. Game. Wilson.
Well, that's-
Lumsden leads 4-2.
That is good stuff for Wilson to get her first game on the board since the opening one of this match. Just when it looked like she was derailing a bit, even at the beginning of that game, she looked a little frustrated, but a couple of points at the back end there really helped her get back on track.
Oh, here we go.
15.
We're back to where we started. She's hitting the ball beautifully again.
Hot and cold.
Oh, that's nicely played from
15 all.
Lumsden. All set up by a really penetrating deep serve.
Absolutely, that pushed Wilson back, and then on that 1-2 punch you could see the forehand finish was just a little bit shorter to keep it well out of Wilson's reach. Well executed.
$30-15.
She's mistiming, though, a lot of returns, Wilson. I think she's making life a lot harder for herself. Maybe she's trying to go for too much. Maybe she is just misjudging the shot. But she's giving Lumsden a few cheap points that she can't really afford to be gifting right now. And she knows it. You can see her shaking her head.
Out. 40-15.
Another great serve from Lumsden. Just finding the line, that back service line. It looks quite a weapon for her.
Yeah, it was smart as well, serving to the body, so that Wilson didn't really know which way to go. It's interesting that you mention on the Lumsden serve, because she's not the tallest player by a long shot, but it's not always about the height, it's about the placements. And I watched Maya play Caroline Garcia at the WTA event in Nottingham last year, and she served 4 aces in one of those games.
Let's. First serve.
So yeah, it's definitely a weapon that she's got that's possibly underestimated.
That would have been a superb experience for her as well, to play someone like Garcia.
Let's.
She will have presumably
First
taken
serve.
away a lot from a match like that.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a straight set win for Garcia, but you know, it's a different pace. It's almost a different game at that level. So great learning experience.
Oh, that's
Game.
beautifully played.
Lumsden.
Yeah, fantastic stuff. She made Wilson do
Lumsden
all the
leads
running
5
there,
games to 2.
using the slice
First
and
set.
every shot in her repertoire to just pull her around the court. And then you could see how comfortable she was with the finish. She got the ball exactly where she wanted it. That backhand doing the damage.
Yeah, interesting early on when she played that first backhand slice, that she then retreated back to the baseline. I wonder if she might have come into the net, but maybe she had that whole point just worked out in her head and she knew how she wanted to finish it off.
Yeah,
Really
she's
nicely played, taking control of it beautifully.
Fantastic point construction. It's
Yeah.
one of her greatest strengths for sure, the ability to, you know, use a lot of different looks on the ball. I'm just seeing the bee on her racket case. I think she used to go by the nickname Maya the Bee after some TV program or other. I'm pretty sure I remember hearing that one, so that might explain that.
Okay. So Wilson's got some thinking to do. We know what she's capable of. We've seen some cracking forehands coming off that racket. But as we've been saying, it's probably more in the head than in the ability to hit those shots. Serving with new balls now at 2-5.
Out. Not 15.
Lumsden is looking like a player full of confidence already.
Absolutely. Kissing those corners there, striking so deep.
$15-all.
Yeah, that's the kind of shot that will just come back with match practice. It's not a shot that she would normally miss, that forehand, when she's on top of it.
Let's for serve.
That's a much better point from Emma Wilson.
30-15.
Again, stemming from that serve, which pushed her opponent out wide.
Yeah.
First time we've seen that from her.
It's really well played. I thought Lumsden actually did a great job to retrieve that serve with depth on the return, but, you know, she was forced to chop it as opposed to hit through. And Wilson actually turned her tricks back on her there by chopping her own final shot short.
Out. 40-15.
Oh,
Okay.
Well,
Wilson.
oh, it was in. I thought it had gone wide. But
Lumsden
did you?
leads 5-3.
absolutely. Yeah, I thought that found the line, scorched right down. And full credit to her for having the presence of mind to stay over the ball and go for that shot, because it was terrific scrambling from Lumsden right from one side of the court to the other. She was already had her head down running for the backhand, but Wilson had stretched her out enough to get the job done.
15-love.
But if Lumsden can keep finding the mark with a serve, shouldn't let something like that get in her head. Still seems pretty comfortable here.
That's a beautifully
That's
played
it up.
little cheeky drop shot.
Yeah, one of her trademark shots.
That's beautifully executed. Really didn't give Wilson a chance. wondering if some of these returns and approach shots we're seeing from Wilson are just going too much down the middle of the court, Abigail.
Yeah, I think in the first game she was really looking to, well, she was looking for a winner from the word go. Not quite seeing that so much at the moment.
3 set points to Lumsden.
Out. Game in first set, Lumsden. 6 games to 3.
Well, that's a very emphatic opening set in the end from Maya Lumsden. Her opponent, as we said, started so strongly, looked like she'll give it a few problems, but as Abigail was saying, this is really Lumsden's first match back in many, many months, and the rust seems to have come off pretty rapidly.
Yeah, I think on the whole she'll be really pleased with that opening set. The first game was iffy, but once she found her range, you know, on and off, Wilson was playing some absolutely terrific tennis that Lumsden was able to, you know, get a box of tricks out for and work around. And it can be difficult, you know, when you're up against someone and their level isn't stable. It's up and it's down and you never quite know what's going to happen. So I think Lumsden did really well in that set to take the match into her own hands and concentrate on what she was doing on her own side of the net. And if she can keep that level up, it should be a win for her here today.
From Emma Wilson's point of view, if she can just kind of restart again now, start of a new set, and maybe begin this set the way she began the first set, she seemed to be full of confidence and striking that forehand beautifully.
Second
But
set.
she needs to just get a little more penetration and depth on this first serve, I think.
Out. No, 2 more games.
Absolutely. I think Wilson still has plenty of chances out here for sure, because we mentioned quite a bit yesterday the scoring system, whereby if she can just win this set, it's a 10-point tiebreak shootout, which is a different situation mentally than if they were to play 2 more full sets.
Out. 15-all.
I think tactically we can see that Lumsden perhaps has a little bit more in the tactics of her game, whereas at the moment it just seems like Wilson is happy just to rally.
Yeah, I think that's a fair point, and it's another thing that does decide the differences in the rankings and how far a player can go, because every player that can compete at this level can hit a good ball, but what can you do outside of that? How can you build on that, and what depth do you have? They're the questions.
Yeah, that's another beautifully structured
15-40.
point from Lumsden, and really Emma, I think, feels that she could take a leaf out of her opponent's book a bit on this.
Yeah, it was the penultimate forehand that set Lumsden up there. She drove it so deep, and it was really sharp to notice that Wilson was off balance and moved in to finish off.
Seems to be getting a bit more depth on her serve, and
30-40.
that will help her. Still break point to Lumsden. Again,
Lumsden. First game, second set.
that approach shot just far too short from Wilson.
Yeah, I think Lumsden really just dictated her there and off-balanced her. It was a bit of a wrong footer in the end. She dragged her short and wide and played the ball, not her opponent, committed to the follow-up shot. And Wilson, yeah, was too far off balance to get back into that one. It's a disappointment for her, because I think it was really quite key to get that first game and to steady herself back into this match. But for Lumsden, you know, it's ideal. She carries on the momentum from where she left off and is still looking pretty sharp out here.
15 love.
Oh, it's on-
Maya's,
yeah,
sorry, I was going to say Maya's younger brother, Ewan, also played college tennis over in America. And I think since he's been back, I've seen him and Lumsden have been trading shots on the road outside the house. So that might have kept her in the swing of things a little bit.
No, the ball not up from Wilson. That was just bad luck.
Yeah, she could have done without that. I think she did well to actually get it back over, reacted quickly.
Out. 40 love.
Now she is in a difficult position on the return now, because does she go for a lot and risk the wind carrying it and misjudging it, or does she go for less and let Lumsden get on the front foot? It's a difficult situation for her.
Out. In Lumsden.
There's
Ball change, please.
danger of this slipping away a little bit.
Lumsden leads 2 games to love, second set.
So, of course, the players collecting their own balls. No ball boys here or girls either, to keep as few people on court as possible. And the players only with one member of their training team as well at this event, all in terms of keeping in line with the requirements for COVID-19. And I have to say it's been extremely well organised here, as was the event 2 weeks ago, the Battle of the Brits, organised by Jamie Murray, the indoor event. Was very, very well run indeed as an event and as a tournament too.
Yeah, they all did a fantastic job with that, and I think everyone felt so much involved. There were unique little aspects of it, like getting the points of view of the coaches during matches and even the players at some of the changeovers. It was, I think, really insightful and a really enjoyable event. High quality tennis as well.
Yeah, we've got another one of those events coming up in a few weeks' time. Jamie Murray partnering with the LTA once again for a team competition, a Battle of the Brits team tennis event, which will be a mixed event starting here on the 27th of July. Oh dear. Dear, dear, dear. When things aren't going your way, they just don't go your way.
Exactly, and it takes us back to where things actually started rolling downhill for Wilson in the first set. She missed a put-away volley like that one. Really gets in your head.
30-15.
Yeah, that mixed event should be hugely entertaining. The LTA pulling out all the stops to put these events on. It's fantastic for tennis fans and for players alike, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Everyone always enjoys a bit of mixed doubles as well.
Too
Different
right.
look at the sport, lots of fun.
That's all.
Yeah, Andy may or may not compete in that. The hope is that Joe Conter might also be taking part. So the field potentially looking extremely strong.
It's just brilliant. You can see how her many options help her out here and just keep Wilson unsure, because she never really knows what's coming. And that forehand slice just bought her the time she needed to get up for that cross-court backhand.
Juice.
Well, here's a chance for Emma Wilson now, just to get back onto the scoreboard, settle down, know how well she can play those shots, and just give herself a little bit of a boost, much needed boost.
Yeah, that last point was so important. I think this game is pretty crucial for Wilson. Oh,
Right idea.
Out. Advantage Wilson.
such a huge difference between love 3 and 1-2, even with the break.
Yeah. Oh, what a missed opportunity.
Juice.
Had game point, put the serve beautifully wide, and had the court really at her disposal.
And as well as Maya's been playing, those kind of shots are what really make the difference at times, because there have been several that she's had on a racket in the mid-court and hasn't been able to put over.
Just feel that Wilson isn't playing with any conviction right now.
I think that has a lot to do with what's coming back at her, because in the first game she made sure that she attacked from the first ball and the match was on her racket, but Lumsden's turned the tables and is really dictating play out here.
Oh, well played. That's more like it. That's what we want to see from Wilson, putting the serve out wide and then using that to her advantage, which she quitted beautifully there.
Absolutely, and I think unless she can really get in Maya Lumsden's head, that's the only way she's going to win this match. That's her, clearly the game plan that she's used to and that has worked for her in times past, and she needs that first serve because she needs to finish these points quickly before Lumsden can run her around.
Out. Advantage Lumsden.
And that's Lumsden getting in ahead again with how many balls she's getting back in play, because she did not need to go for that merch on the forehand. Maya was headed in the opposite direction. She would have been too unbalanced, I think, to do anything except slice that one back.
Game. Lumsden.
That was a terrific get from Lumsden.
Lumsden leads 3 games to love, second set.
And right now what Wilson doesn't want is those balls drifting back so that she has so much time to think, too much time to think maybe in that case. In normal circumstances against another opponent, I'm not sure that ball would have come back in the first place. I think it would have found the net, but Lumsden's just so great at making her opponents play those extra balls, getting deep slice over the net. And it's a pretty emphatic position she's in now, up a set and a double break.
Yeah, she's opening up quite a lead here, isn't she, Lumsden? And Wilson still showing signs of what she's capable of, but we need a bit more of that. It's a great view, that, isn't it, with that wonderful tree, which we'll find out what it is from somebody.
Yeah, it's so beautiful here at the National Tennis Centre, and I hadn't been here for a year actually until I came here this week, and I'm really impressed at all
It's changed a bit, hasn't it?
Yeah, they've done it up. It's very fancy. They make sure they've got great facilities for all the players and everyone that comes to visit here. It's really impressive and great to have this for the rising GB stars in this country.
Not just the rising stars, of course, the well-established stars also training here. Jamie Delgado I was speaking to earlier this morning, of course, coaching Andy Murray. He's here. And had a chat with Kyle Edmund on my way in this morning. He's got his eyes on going out to Washington, which would be just great to see tennis opening up again internationally.
Let first serve.
Kyle now the British number 2 behind Dan Evans, who's been so impressive of late.
Fault.
Yeah, both of them produced some terrific stuff at Battle of the Brits. Each got a win over Andy Murray, if I remember correctly.
Yes.
Out.
Ooh.
30 love.
Well, that was unlucky from Emma Wilson. But as you say, Abigail, maybe she's just being forced or feels she's being forced to go for just a little bit too much, running out of ideas a bit.
I think, you know, Lumsden's court coverage is so good. She's very quick on her feet and just a bit too acute with that return.
40 love.
Serve into the body. She's done that before, and Wilson has got a little bit caught up in it.
Forty 15.
Rare double fault from the number 2 seed.
Game Lumsden.
Seems to be struggling a little bit, Wilson,
Lumsden
to really
leads, 4 games to love. Second set.
really get that ball on the centre of her racket and hit through it. She's not hitting it cleanly anymore.
Well, she's got to feel right now that she's up against so many opponents. She's not just facing Maya Lumsden anymore. She's facing the wind. She's facing the scoreboard. So much on her mind, you would think, at the moment. And you can see, once again, that wind is picking up. And I'd be surprised if that's not getting in her head and causing her a few issues with her game as well.
Oh,
15 love.
well, again,
15 all.
going wide on that serve. I wonder if she would have been better on that approach shot to have played the ball behind her opponent rather than play it back.
It's one of those things where I think Lumsden's reach is so good at the moment that she's not really sure of where to go on the serve. And if I'm her at the moment, I commit to the serve I'm most comfortable with and try and attack behind it.
Out. 15-30.
She's letting her head drop, Emma Wilson, which you can quite understand because it's frustrating for her. Just a little bereft of ideas at the moment, but her opponent dictating all the play here.
Out. 30 all.
It's interesting for a right-hander. She's getting more width and more penetration on that ad court side with her serve, isn't she, than she does from the deuce court.
Yeah, it's funny that the lefties do have some tricks on the serve.
30-40.
There it is again, that 1-2 into the net has cost her so many points during this match when the ball has been on her racket.
Out. Game Lumsden. Lumsden leads 5 games to love. Second set. And by 1 set to love.
Yep, Lumsden marching on, and this will be a really great way for her to come back into competition. Yes, her opponent has faltered, but a lot of that has been down to the way Lumsden has been dictating play.
Yeah, I think so. I think from beginning of that, well, middle of that first set, she's really started to get in Emma Wilson's head, and I think it's a good experience for Wilson. You know, she has been out playing college tennis, only recently come back, and maybe isn't used to playing this type of player. She's back in the UK now. This is a good opportunity and good conditions for her to test herself out, but I think she's going to take a lot away from this match and things to work on in future.
Yeah, I mean, the chance to get out and play competitive tennis once again, it's been something that's been missing for many, many months, of course, and it's just a fabulous opportunity for all the players here to have something to train for and to be playing match play again.
Love.
Well, I mean, how much more do you want to depress your opponent by doing that on the second serve?
The thing is, you know, at 5-love up, she can really afford to swing for it a bit and might as well go for it at this point. I think she's pretty secure with her position in the match, and it's a matter of when, not if, she crosses the finish line.
Love.
Good reactions there as well when that clipped the net. As this draws to a close, Maya has been hitting with you and her brother, but I think we need to give a shout out to her gran, Julie, who was her volleying partner last month. I think it was her first attempt, and she showed some remarkable natural skills, so I'm surprised that she's not appeared in the draw as well.
The grandmother?
Yes, yeah, she.
Well,
I think she'd have given people a run for their money from what I saw.
30-15.
Better from Wilson. Getting the ball a little deeper, making Lumsden work for it.
She's still not happy with herself, you can
She's
see
not.
there.
No. You don't really want to show that to your opponent too much either.
No.
So Lumsden sets up 2 match points on what has been a terrific performance from her on her comeback to tennis for many months through injury.
Game sets a match. Lumsden. 2 sets to love. 6-3, 6-love.
Well, very well played from Maya Lumsden. A touch of the rackets, of course, can't shake hands in the interests of health, but Lumsden coming through that one, she'll be delighted at that win. Emma Wilson started off well, but just couldn't keep the momentum going. Lumsden probably had just a little too many tricks up her sleeve and acquitted herself so well to make it through to round 2 of this LTA British Tour. So Lumsden through, 6-3, 6-love. Next up will be Cam Norrie against Mason Recchi, but I'll hand you back to Abigail while I make my way out into court and try and catch up with Maya.
A fantastic performance from Maya Lumsden. She will be really pleased with that one. It's really warmed her way into things early on, and we'll be looking forward to seeing her again when she takes on the winner of the clash between Jessica Dawson and Anna Popescu. So if Lumsden reproduces the form we saw today, either of those two could have a lot on their hands, some real quality out here on centre court to begin the day. And we do have a jam-packed lineup to follow with the top seed, Cameron Norrie, who was a prominent presence in the Battle of the Brits, coming up in the second match. Later on, we'll see the return of the number 2 seed, Paul Jubb, who was given a little bit of a test yesterday, but he'll be on last on the day against Alistair Gray after Emily Arbuthnot, the number 4 seed, has taken on Erin Richardson. Welcome back to the LTA British Tour, return to elite competition for this second match of the day on centre court, which features a well-known name, the #1 seed in the men's singles event, Cameron Norrie, taking on the lesser-known Mason Recchi, but both of them had dominant wins in the first round yesterday, so something has to give. I'm Abigail Johnson, and alongside me is
Three minutes. Two minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, this quarter-final match consists of two tie-break sets. If required, a one-set-all, a 10-point match tie-break. To the left of the chair, Mason Recchi. And to the right of the chair, Cameron Norrie. Recchi won the toss and chose to serve. One minute. 30 seconds.
Well, apologies if you lost us. Well, I know that you lost us for a few minutes there. We had some technical difficulties, meaning that we lost the commentary. I hope you enjoyed the peace and quiet because you're stuck with us now. We're back. Warm-up just finished for this one against Cameron Norrie, the top seed, up against Mason Recchi, the 23-year-old non-seeder. And we were talking just when we went dead, Anna, about how different this is for Norrie, having been one of the players to beat at the Battle of the Brits, coming now from that really high competitive level to where he's most definitely the single player to beat in this competition.
I don't think he'll have a problem with that. I think, you know, he has the mindset of, you know, I'm kind of the best player here, so he wants to show that and prove that. So I don't think it'll be an issue, and as he proved yesterday, you know, he has no problem steamrolling any of these guys.
Well, it was a 6-1, 6-2 victory in round one for Recchi, the world number 1,351, so quite a way behind Norrie in the current rankings. That was over Jake Hersey. Started outdoors and moved indoors midway through the match in his first round. Great point to win in these early stages. Standing so far inside the baseline to control that rally, Recchi.
It was impressive the way he dictated that point, but you can kind of see some strengths of Cameron. The way he moved around the court was incredible, and if that's what it's going to take to win points against him, it's going to be tough to keep that up for the whole match.
Well, I did notice in his last match that he was taking the ball incredibly early, Mason Recchi, taking the game to his opponent, and like you say, against an opponent of the quality of Norrie, that's going to be difficult to do as consistently. So let's see what he can manage. Great height on that forehand to get the depth.
It's exactly the type of point that Cam will be looking to play all the time. You know, that's his bread and butter. He's going to be moving him left, right, and it's whether Recchi can keep up with that for this whole match.
Well, if he wants to play aggressively in this match, Recchi, the serve and the follow-up ground stroke are so important for him, because in that situation I don't think he did enough with the backhand cross court after the serve.
It is harder as well now they've moved back outside. The conditions are a little bit slower, the courts are slower, you obviously have the wind, and it's not the warmest out there, so the ball's kind of not flying through the court as much, so it's going to be long, and I would expect quite a lot of long rallies in this match.
Yeah, Norrie's really going to test the consistency of his opponent here. One of those early forehands from Recchi was right in the corner, And Norrie was straight back into proceedings.
I'm getting deja vu from a point that happened a couple of points ago. You kind of feel that this is the kind of way that Cameron wants to play, and this is how he's going to play the match on his terms. And you kind of don't think that Recchi has too many answers to that. He's getting moved left, right, and it's so hard.
No, it wasn't. I did see something. Yeah,
Mason, that one's just come over from right back there. That one. If you want to hit it back without touching it. Yeah.
Yeah, very strict health and safety procedures here. Distancing. Jacob Miles in the chair, missed announcing that one during the break. Oh boy. Well, it had to have that firepower to finish. That's really what it's taking at the moment.
It's going to be tough for Recchi if that's the kind of points that he's having to play to win 1 point, and he's not even out of this first game yet.
Have to give him some credit for that rallying consistency. He hits a good ball, nice and heavy. But if you don't have the finishing shot often enough, that's only going to get you so far. So
Yeah.
Still early days here, and it will be massive for him if he can get this opening hold on the board, because Norrie has already posed some stiff resistance. Actually, the opening game of Norrie's match yesterday was the only one he lost. I think Ben Jones, who's a similar ranking to Recchi, broke to open the match, and it was all downhill from there.
Yeah, let's hope it's not the same for Recchi if he gets that first game. This is a pretty epic game to start the match with.
Absolutely. It was the right shot choice, but the coverage that Norrie has produced, maybe felt the need to go for a little bit too much on that.
I think it's almost similar to yesterday when you saw Ben Jones playing against Cameron as well. He kind of felt that pressure because he covers the court so well. You don't have any spaces to hit into, so you're really having to red line it when you're going for that winning shot. And, you know, it's hard to be hitting that line every single point.
Well, he was so near yet so far from
First
closing
game.
out that hold of serve. Norrie's intensity just never dropped. He was all over the court.
I mean, you can really hear, especially after that last game, you know, he brought out the come on already just in the first game. You know, he's really up for this match, and that's kind of what we like to see. He wants to assert his dominance already and doesn't want to give Recchi a single look in this match.
Well, it's the early break in the bag. Let's see what he can do on serve.
Cameron Norrie to serve. 15 love. That's the one. Just inside. Out. 30 love.
Well, there's over 1,000 ranking spots between these two, as there were between Norrie and Jones yesterday. What's the biggest difference? Is it mental? Is it, as we've referenced, a potential lack of a finishing shot? What is the biggest differentiating factor?
You'd probably say it was a combination of all of those things. I think Cameron is so tactically astute. You know, his tennis IQ is so high. He doesn't give away many free points, and just say that he hits a backhand in the net.
It's the commentator's curse.
Yeah, I know. But I think the thing is just a lot of it is mentality. Obviously, as it's shown in these first couple of games that they're very similar in terms of ball striking. But the intensity and that desire and the court coverage that Cameron has, I think, is just on a different level, unfortunately, to Recchi. But it's good for Recchi as kind of all these guys who are playing these higher seeds to see what they need to do and what they need to improve on. And Cameron is obviously the benchmark this week.
40-30.
It is only game 2. This match is far from over. I was starting to think we sounded like we were talking as if it was done and dusted, but absolutely not.
Game, Norrie.
But another situation there of feeling the need to go for that bit more and not really having the space to do that.
You almost kind of get the impression that this match is going to finish and Cameron's maybe going to win it sort of 6-2, 6-2, but it's going to be one of those ones that sort of lasted for about 2 hours and doesn't quite reflect exactly what's happened in the match, because these two games have been incredibly close and Recchi's unfortunate not to be at least 1-1.
Exactly. I mean, he was going toe-to-toe with Norrie, particularly in that opening game. So how frustrating is that when you've put all that energy onto the court and you're not really seeing any results from it?
It can be hard. You know, obviously he's going out there and probably playing some of his best tennis, and he doesn't have anything to show for it at the moment. But on the flip side, you have to take the positives and realise he has had game points and just try and stay positive as much as he can. Obviously, if the score keeps going 3-love, 4-love, it is hard to take those positives. But, you know, we're still in the early stages of the match.
Well, nice to see that Recchi closing in there. He's not going to win this one from the baseline, is he?
I would be absolutely gobsmacked if he did, I have to say. I do think he's going to have to change something, because Cameron just looks like he could stay on that baseline all day long and not give away any free points. So I think there's going to have to be some form of switch up from Recchi at some point, because, you know, he's got to realise that he's not going to get out any joy from the baseline rallies.
And even there, potentially feeling he has to do more with the second serve so that Norrie isn't right on top of it.
it's hard, especially when you're not getting any free points from that first serve. You do feel like you maybe have to compensate a little bit more with that second serve. And again, you just can't give any free points to Norrie because you're not getting any free points back.
(30-15).
I think there was potential on that first serve when he slid it so far wide. You could see that Cameron was so on the stretch that maybe a serve and volley could have been in play there, but again, you can see that he's more comfortable from the baseline.
Yeah, it seems unfair that he should be able to strike so well from the baseline and yet not come on top of most of the rallies.
A little demoralising.
40-15.
Well, here's an opening. If you can get on the board here, that'll be a major confidence boost. 2-1 is a slim margin. That's very well done. Stretched Norrie out there with a great pass.
Leads by 2-1 first set.
And credit to him for doing something a little bit different in that game. Not just all baseline rallies, and he is on the board. All in all, some promising signs for Recce amongst the facts that Norrie is winning the vast majority of baseline rallies. There are some positives for him to take from these opening 3 games.
Yeah, of course there are, but you do kind of get the sense that this match is definitely being played on Cameron's terms. That's the tough part. It does feel like it's on his racket, and even in that last point, you did feel that Cameron was being the aggressive one, and it did take a great passing shot to win the point, and that's going to be tough whether he can keep that going. And if Cameron drops his level, obviously Mason's playing well, but you know, you do feel that it's going to take Cameron's level significantly dropping off and Mason sort of playing at his best to get a victory.
Well, the best way to get Norrie to drop off is to get in his head, so I guess Recce just wants to get as many balls in play as possible and maybe switch things up a bit, give Norrie a little bit of the unexpected. Oh. For a moment, it didn't look like that one was going to find the line, and it just dropped down.
The way that Cameron hits the ball, he's got that extra little bit of spin on it. It's the contrast between his forehand and his backhand is very interesting.
Yeah, it's a little bit unorthodox, Norrie, and on top of that, he's a lefty. So that combination is going to make that forehand particularly really difficult to play against.
Yeah, he's very tricky in the sense that, like you mentioned, that the forehand is very loopy, very spinny, very heavy. And then on the backhand side, it's completely the opposite. It's almost like there's no spin on the ball at all. Takes it so early, hits it so flat. So it's hard for an opponent to get rhythm. You're not seeing the same ball every time.
And that wide lefty serve is
very
difficult
yesterday.
to read.
but also he has the kind of ability to, obviously on the due side he tends to slide it down the tee a lot, but with being a lefty he's got the option to kick it wide as well, so he's got that variety and he's good. He's got the same ball toss for every serve. So hard to read.
Norrie.
Too sharp from the #1 seed.
Norrie leads by 3 games to 1 first set.
Textbook 1-2 punch to keep himself out in front. And all too quickly, the pressure is back on Mason Recchi.
Somehow managed to sneak that backhand down the line. I think slightly wind assisted, helping it drop in on the line.
Yeah, it did just drop at the last moment, didn't it? He wasn't even sure, I don't think, it was going to make it.
We've all done it where we give it a little lean to help, hopefully make it drop in.
He keeps trying to wrong foot Norrie when, in that position, when he had the approach forehand that he could have driven into the corner, he had an open court, and once again he opted to try and throw Norrie off balance, but it just didn't work out for him.
Just the choice of shot to go for, I think, was just a little bit unclear. I think he's maybe second-guessing himself a little bit, and you know, in that shot I probably would always go into the space and get him on the move to open up the other side of the court again.
And once again, it's Norrie's court coverage that makes that less of an option and potentially does make you second-guess yourself and not truly commit to the shot of your choice.
It's just the cumulative pressure that it puts on you. You know, if you're having to keep hitting that one extra shot point after point after point, you know, whether you think about it or not, it does get in your head.
Such a key point. 1-3 and break point down would not have looked great.
I think Cameron would be a touch annoyed at that. He had a forehand pretty much in the open court and he missed it just wide to give him a break point, to get the double break point in this first set, and then you would like to think that it was all wrapped up.
Well, another game on the board. He's gritting his way through this, Mason Recchi. Committing to his game. And one or two misses there from Norrie, just helping him across the line a bit.
I think he'll be frustrated a little bit with that. You know, he had 30 all in that game and missed that forehand, and then a sloppy error on that last point as well. You know, he really would have been fighting to get that double break.
Well, for those just tuning in, you are watching the LTA British Tour, and we're on week 2, part of a 4-week swing of new LTA British Tour events that take place at the NTC, the National Tennis Centre here in Roehampton. Got men's and women's events underway this week, staged by the LTA, and Norrie himself graduated end of last year from the LTA's Pro Scholarship Programme. It's the highest level of support offered to developing players aged between 16 and 24, Cam 24 now, with the best chance of reaching the top 100 in singles. And as we know, Norrie currently at 77.
Up.
I think against Norrie you have to look at every 15-all, 30-all as an opportunity when you're on the board in the game, and then for him to ease ahead again so quickly with a serve like that.
Just showing his class
down
again.
Yeah, absolutely. There are openings when Norrie doesn't quite go all out. I mean, the previous point to that, we saw an absolutely smashing 1-2 punch that Recchi had no chance of getting back, but his second shot after the serve there went to the body of Recchi, gave him a chance to get stuck in. Very good.
Yes.
Can see the way he opened up the court a little bit better. They got him a little bit wider on that forehand, gave him a little bit more space to hit into when he hit that inside-in forehand. Nice to see him following to the net as well. I think that's something that he's going to have to use a little bit more.
Oh, this is brilliant to see now.
Advantage Recchi.
He's working his way through this and realizing that he needs to switch it up a bit. Was a bit unpredictable there, and great touch on the dropper.
A little bit surprised that Cameron did go for the drop shot, to be fair.
Well, that is huge from Mason Recchi. Really committed to that return, driving it to the sideline, and once he put his foot on the gas, he didn't let up.
You got the sense there a little bit, he just committed to his shots a bit more. You just felt like there was that extra couple of % of pace on it, and he was managing to hit through the court a little bit better, especially on that last point. You saw Cameron was so far behind the baseline defending, and I think that's something he's going to really have to look to push forward with.
Well, fantastic stuff from the non-seeder. And this is very much the approach that he did have indoors yesterday, stepping up and driving his ground strokes deep. And these are probably the best conditions for Recchi to undertake a match like this against a top 100 player. No ranking points pressure, nothing of that kind of nature. It's an exhibition. Obviously he wants to go further in the tournament, but there's not really a lot for him to lose here.
No, I think this is just a massive learning curve, and putting his game on the court against someone who's a top 100 player and seeing what he can improve on and where his game's at compared to that level. And you know, obviously he's proving here that he can match up. It's just whether he can do it on a consistent basis.
Come on, let's go.
Interesting to see the reaction from Norrie. That's the first let-up in a rally that we've seen in a little while from Recchi. And the top seed feeling the pressure here a little bit, maybe.
I think you can see that the camera's really just trying to get himself pumped up a little bit more. He's probably dropped off a little bit the last couple of games. Maybe went a little bit of cruise control and kind of sees that Recchi is getting back into it and really wants to stamp his authority back onto the match.
Winning more baseline rallies now than he was at the beginning.
A few more errors creeping into Cameron's game. I think he'll be a little bit frustrated with that because that's normally such a fundamental part of his game, not giving away any free points.
If he can put this game to bed here, really encouraging signs for Mason Recchi. There we go then.
Recchi leads by 4 games to 3 first set.
Comes from behind and consolidates once he got himself back on serve. Giving him more of a shot now, Anna.
As we established yesterday, my predictions are never very good. But it is a slightly unexpected turnaround from 3-1. You thought Cameron was almost cruising, and it's been a pretty surprising turnaround, I think, for me. Just Cameron's dropped off a little bit, and Mason's, you know, gone up another level. So it's very impressive, and it's going to be how Cameron responds to this.
Well, it's giving us an idea of how both of these two sailed through their opening matches. And good to see this one staying really competitive in this opening set. How does Recchi approach this game? Does he swing a bit now that he's 4-3 up? Or does he feel his opportunity and go a little easier?
I don't think he has to change anything from what he's been doing the last few games. I think he's found the right balance between being aggressive but giving himself margins. And, you know, I think it's sometimes easy to, when you've got a little bit of momentum, to keep over-pressing. But I think the most important thing is that you try and maintain that level for as long as possible. But it's pretty tough when Cameron's hitting ace kick serves out wide.
Yeah, that was right on the sideline, hanging off. It's called in. It looks in from here.
I have to say I did think it clipped the line, but he's pointing to about an inch wide, so we could be wrong.
I was informed that it's easier to see the marks on the court, on the outside courts, where the ball has landed compared to inside.
Yeah, it does leave a mark, so you can see, but obviously it's the toughest line for an umpire to call, so I don't envy them having to do that job. Well, any frustrations that Norrie potentially felt were probably erased at 4-all, and now a telltale double fault from Recchi suggests that he's potentially feeling the pressure again. Oh, it was the wrong direction. There was an opening up the line there. Where would you have hit, Anna? To be fair, this is a tough one because he actually probably played the right shot, you know, going over the lowest part of the net. If he tried to whip that down the line, he would have left the whole of his cross-court open, but, you know, I don't think he had much choice with that, and Cameron did get a little bit lucky, but great passing shot.
Triple break point. And that was well controlled, under pressure. Two saved. Be huge if he can erase this final one as well. Too deep, too heavy.
Norrie leads by 5 games to 4 first set.
A little bit too good from Cameron Norrie in that game. He gets the break back, the one he had previously in this set. It takes him 1 game away from the 6-4 advantage. Steadied the ship pretty well here.
I think going back to what you asked me earlier in the set about what the difference is between someone ranked 1,000 and what someone ranked top 100 is, I think it's been shown in these last couple of games. Once you realise you're kind of at the business end of a set, they're just able to almost flip that switch and realise that, you know, this is a really important part. And I think you saw in this last game, there was just that extra steel in his eye. You could see that he wasn't going to miss, and especially on that last point, it was a huge thing. It was a brilliant serve down the tee from Recchi, but somehow managed to get it back in the point, and he just found a way to win it, and that's the difference, I think.
It's all about those big points. Let's see how Cameron Norrie handles these ones. Serving for the set at 5-4. It's that 1-2 punch again. So difficult to anticipate where it's going. And it summons up the triple set points. And another 1-2 forces the error to clinch the set. It wasn't quite as smooth sailing as he would have hoped, but Cameron Norrie does get safely to shore and takes the advantage. Can you see him being troubled from here?
I didn't see him being troubled at 3-1 up in the first set either, but I was clearly wrong. No, you know, I do think that the match is on Cameron's racket if he can keep up his level. I think he had a little bit of a dip in that middle part of the first set, but came back strongly. You know, I think it's good for him to have a little bit of competition. Sometimes, you know, yesterday proved that it was fairly routine and he was able to keep his level, but obviously it's a different level of player here today. So I think it's good competition, and I think he's really going to want to show his class and kind of put his foot on the accelerator a little bit in this second set.
Well, it was a great performance from Mason Recchi in that opener, picking up where he left off in that previous match against Jake Hersey, which he won pretty comprehensively. I think you might just be taking a bathroom break. So, Anna, we've got all 4 men's seeds still in. Who do you see giving Cam Norrie the most trouble if he gets through this match?
Oh, good question. I think I'd probably have to say one of the bigger hitters, I think, because you're not going to out-rally Cameron. You know, someone like Adi we saw yesterday is very happy, making a lot of balls, moving well from the baseline, but that's not going to be able to get through Cameron because he moves equally as well and probably hits the ball better. So, you know, it's probably going to have to be someone like an Anton we saw yesterday. He's obviously got a huge serve and was able to bludgeon that forehand. And even Paul, you know, I think he needs to be a little bit more aggressive. But again, you saw in the Battle of the Brits that Cameron kind of taught Paul a bit of a lesson. It was a pretty comprehensive victory. So it's going to be tough for anyone to kind of take the crown away from Cameron. So I do have him pegged as favourite. But, you know, it'll be nice to see someone give him a run for his money.
Does outdoors make a difference? Because Battle of the Brits, obviously, he's been here training and competing, but Battle of the Brits was indoors, and even his first round yesterday, that was played indoors. So do you think the competitors elsewhere in the draw have more of a chance against him in outdoor conditions?
I'd almost say it was the opposite, because I think these outdoor conditions suit Cameron. He's so adept at changing the pace and mixing it up. I think that it actually does suit him to play outdoors. I think it's a slower surface, and I think he quite enjoys that. So I'd almost say it's probably more beneficial if they were to go indoors, but I believe that the weather forecast, touch wood, is meant to be pretty good for over the weekend.
Well, we can hope so. It's a bright day today, but certainly a breeze. We've seen that playing with plenty of ball toss. And following this first men's quarter-final of the day on centre court, we'll be having another of the women's matches. I believe it's the number 4 seed, Emily Arbuthnot, against Erin Richardson. And then Paul Jubb, who we saw come through a little bit of a contest on centre court yesterday. The number 2 seed will be looking to book his place in the semis in the last match of the day against Alistair Gray. Now, this is the second week of the 4-week swing of new LTA British Tour events here at the National Tennis Centre. 2 17-year-old champions last week in Emma Raducanu and Arthur Ferry. We saw quite a few teenagers in action yesterday, but I believe that everyone on centre court today is in their 20s or senior, so it was the day of the young people yesterday, and now those slightly more senior have their chance to be in the spotlight. I think Norrie might start some serves here just to stay warmed up. Not sure where Mason Recchi is at present.
I think Recchi's just making his way back from the bathroom now. We can see him just running, making his way to court.
I think he was actually just getting all the balls back. As you can see, no lines judges and no ball kids here for this tournament, just to keep things as minimal and safe as possible.
Time.
Here we go then, set 2. And Mason Recchi gets to serve.
Second set. Recchi to serve.
Well, so important, you feel, for Recchi to get this opening hold. It was twice Norrie was able to bounce back and get back out in front in the first set. Well, it was the opening game in the last set where it was a close contest, but eventually it went Norrie's way. And in the end, it was Norrie that came out on top. So important for Recchi to dig his heels in now.
Net for serve.
Once again, that lefty forehand, so venomous and so, oh, it's just so good on the approach. Slid down that line.
He's kept over it so nicely, but also he's got so much disguise on that forehand. He could easily have whipped that cross court if he wanted to.
Huge moments for Recchi here. Needs some big first serves to do something behind. A little bit fortunate there. Even when Recchi had stretched Norrie out as much as possible, the top seed got right back into things. And a little bit of a gift with that volley.
Just looked a bit casual, didn't he? Almost like he thought the point was over and he could just hit it into that open space, but didn't connect with it quite right, and gives Recchi a chance to get back into the service game.
Well, it was a nice move. He came in, knew it was going to be a struggle to finish from the baseline, but maybe he avoids the forecourt because he's just not quite comfortable there.
Potentially, I think probably the volley placement as well. Again, just not choosing to go into that open space probably would have been the higher percentage shot, but again, maybe feeling the presence of Norrie on the baseline, knowing that he's got to hit such a good volley. But yeah, handed the break to Cameron and already got that one love break like he did in that first set.
It's actually 2 break points that Norrie converted in that opening set. He had several chances, but overall, he is really bringing his best to the most important points in this match and keeping it nicely measured.
The wind's looking like it's starting to pick up ever such a fraction. The trees are blowing a little bit harder and it's feeling a lot cooler out there.
Yeah. It's exactly what I was thinking. I guess we got all the July weather in April. We had to do a trade at some point.
I know, preferably if we could bring back some of that 25-degree heat, I'd be very happy.
Maybe tomorrow. Well, if that had dropped over, the placement close to Norrie's feet would have been decent, but just clipped the net cord there.
I don't think Cameron would have wanted to hit that half volley back. Thankful to that net toe for keeping over the other opponent's side of the court.
Oh, I think that caught the baseline.
Cameron's just looking up to the sky, wondering why he left that one.
No, very makeable. It's not often you see them leave those. Very close. And he would have been on the front foot as well. Interesting choice.
It would have been an easy knockoff volley, but obviously thought that the wind was maybe going to take it deep, but helped just to bring it in and landed on that baseline.
If in doubt, hit the ball.
The best coaching tip any of us have said this week.
Well, he recovers nicely. Back to business for Cameron Norrie.
Norrie leads by 2 games to love, second set.
Just straight back into the swing of things. That swinging lefty forehand doing so much damage out here. I'm wondering if that's Cameron Norrie's coach sat quite close to us.
I do believe it is.
Looks
Not going
very-
to try and pronounce his name. My Spanish isn't that great.
Shall I attempt it?
But I think you should. You can embarrass yourself and not me.
Facundo Lugones.
Much
Sound all right?
Much better than mine.
Yeah, he looks pretty impressed with the last point in the previous game from Norrie. Still lots to be pleased with in the wider context of this match. Oh, that's so good. Norrie had got himself nicely into that point. Once again, nothing seemed to get past him, but the short angle from Recchi does the job.
That's an incredible point. I'm not quite sure how he managed to turn it on its head. Cameron was just in control, moving him side to side, and came out with this incredible touch shot cross court.
Changed the racket head face at the last moment. Really well disguised. Well, looks like the last point gave him a boost. Great energy.
Nice to see him come forward as well. Finish off with a tough smash.
Well, they might be down in this set and indeed this match, but the love hold would be an emphatic response. Show that he's still up for the fight here. It's a bit too ambitious.
Just a touch. I think he got maybe a touch of brain freeze on that shot. I'm not sure That was a very high percentage play at all. Seemed in control and just tried to change it up when it wasn't necessary.
Leads by 2-1, second set, and by 1 set to love.
Well, some great stuff in that game from the 23-year-old. Gets himself on the board in this second set and gives himself chances. And he did manage to make some impact in the opener, so this match isn't over. If Rekke can find a way through to level this up, there will be a 10-point match tiebreak, and such slim margins in those situations, who knows what could happen. If he can hold his nerve and stay in the moment. And the winner of this one will face the winner of the clash between the number 3 seed Aidan McHugh and Henry Patton in the semi-finals. Oh, that is a difficult shot to make, particularly with the flatness of Norrie's backhand, but I thought he'd backed off enough and got around it to be able to measure that one.
I thought maybe he might have tried to go with a slice. Just push it back down the line and give Rekke a really tough passing shot.
You can see how pumped Norrie is. He's definitely feeling the competition here.
I think he realises that this is an important game, and he's definitely going to want to be 3-1 up instead of back to 2-all, and this is where he wants to put his foot on the accelerator, and you can see he's trying to give himself every chance to do that.
Great depth of shot. Combined with the speed, just pushing Norrie too far back. I can hear the frustration. That was such a huge point. The opportunities are few for Rekke, and would have been great for him to have the breathing room of a couple of not set points, break points.
I think the wind played havoc with that point.
Yeah, I was very confused. Rekke cost himself some time running around to take the return on the forehand wing.
I think one of those lefty serves, you kind of don't know which way to go. When it's sliding, you're sort of torn in between hitting a forehand and a backhand, and just kind of left himself on the defensive. I think Cameron's getting a little bit annoyed with himself on the first serves you heard in that previous point. He was just like, make the serve.
Well, that'll please him.
A little come on after that one. I think that's exactly what he was looking for. G'd himself up and it worked a treat.
Well, that feels like a pretty significant game because there were half chances for Recchi there. Just wasn't quite able to hold out the consistency. Oh, that was great insight from Recchi, seeing Nori's positioning on the court and driving that ball deep to throw him off balance and chopping it short to just expose his positioning.
I think he recognised it as a slightly unconventional forehand slice, sort of short dinked winner. I think they're both having a little bit of a joke about it.
Nicely taken. It was drifting low. Finished it off nicely. That forehand again, can't tell where it's going, but driven with intent.
It's causing a lot more damage in these last couple of games. I think he's really kind of trying to take the initiative with that forehand, and it's causing a lot of damage.
The setup ground stroke was brilliant, landed at the baseline right at the feet of Recchi. He did well to even pick it up. Right on the line. Nice to see him in a really big point, coming forwards and changing things up, willing to put the match on his own racket. Pretty much a must-win game for Recchi here.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't see him coming back from a double breakdown. I think it's going to be a tough challenge.
This happened yesterday as well. The force of the serve, sticking the ball into the net. Well, what happened there? He almost seemed undecided as to whether to let it bounce first and then hit the volley.
Again, I think it comes down to just committing to what you want to do, and if you're going to take it as a volley, commit to it, and if you're not, just get back and be decisive a little bit, especially in these conditions. That's the most important thing.
There we go. Couple of great successful points from the forecourt. Great little change-up from Mason Recchi. By far the least experienced player on this court, but going toe-to-toe with Cameron Norrie at times today. And really it just shows the quality and the depth in the game, because there are over 1,000 points, we've said it already, separating these two in the rankings. But Recchi can engage in these rallies. You know, he fought back in the first set. He's made Norrie think. He's put the pressure on. It's a tough game, the men's game.
I know tennis is a tough sport, but I think, like we said earlier, the ball striking isn't the issue here. It's more the execution of the shot, the tactical awareness, and just ultimately comes down to those big points and making the right decision on the right shots. And that's just something that Cameron's done a little bit better, and obviously has had a lot more experience at higher level as well. So you do gain that match astuteness, so to speak, that probably Mason doesn't have. But this is going to be such a massive learning curve for him, and hopefully it shows that he can hang with someone who's top 100. Not when Cameron plays like that, though. He can't.
Giving Recchi a taste of his own medicine there. Anything you can do, I can do as well. Oh, one heck of a return. And that's what he was doing yesterday, stood so far in to take it on inside that baseline. Well, some sudden brilliant intent.
I think I keep jinxing Cameron when I think he's got control of the match and I say it. Suddenly Recchi comes back and just played 2 exceptional points.
Well, even at a set and a breakdown, it's been great to see the positive energy from Recchi. You could see him looking over and fist pumping, showing that he still has the belief to go places in this match.
I think if you don't have, though, that what's the point of stepping onto the court if you don't believe that you can go out there and win? You just may as well not bother. So yeah, it is good to see him, you know, still fighting and still believing that he can turn this match around.
Quick end to the game for Norrie. Small door was opened by a little over-enthusiasm, I think, in the previous point from Recchi, just pushing the forehand long, and it was all that Cameron Norrie needed. 2 games away now from the win. That's the wrong footer he's been going for a while. Finally, he gets it nailed down.
He did have to hit it extremely well, though, for it to be successful. So, but no, it was the right shot to go for at the perfect moment.
Well, he made him play it out and use the full width of the court.
It was a great smash in these conditions, though. That's going to be swirling. He hit it pretty high, but so cleanly struck into the open space.
Great scorching serve down the tee. So precise.
Right into the slot, that out wide serve, and all Cameron had to do was just nudge that ball cross court and flew for a winner.
So difficult against Norrie because there's no wing that you can really go to that's safe. I mean, what do you try and avoid?
Just playing him in general. No. Yeah. I really don't know the answer to that question. I think, you know, from the backhand side, he's got that flat, horrible, low bouncing backhand that he takes so early. And then he's got that whippy, kicking forehand on that wing and gets so much width from it and can do whatever he wants. I think it's so tricky. And as you're seeing here, I think Mason Recky's just running out of ideas and the match is running away from him. It's gets this game point here and you do kind of think it's game over.
Well, he's shown some great resistance, Mason Recchi, but it seems he might just have been stalling the inevitable. Cameron Norrie with no let-up on either forehand or backhand, and that intensity is tough to hang with.
Exactly, and that's the difference between the two of them. Cameron's so used to keeping this intensity up for a long period of time compared to Mason, who we've obviously seen go through periods of very high-level tennis, but just when he drops off, he just can't hang with him, and that's been ultimately been the difference, because the ball striking has been fairly similar, but just that level of concentration that Cameron has been able to keep up for longer periods during this match.
Well, now he has the double break, 2 opportunities to serve it out, but he'll be in quite a comfort zone with that breathing room, and it's hard to see him needing a second opportunity.
I would be surprised if he does. I think he's really going to be focused out here and look to make a lot of first serves, make life slightly easier for himself. I think we're now having some technical difficulties on court. The umpire scoring system is struggling, so we've got Chris Mann there trying to help out, seeing if he can fix the issue.
Quite the day for technical difficulties. So after the completion of this match, it will be another of the women's opening rounds following it on. Emily Arbuthnot, the number 4 seed, up against Erin Richardson. But for now, here is Cameron Norrie serving for the match and his place in the semi-finals. Well, the finish line is so close. Will it be difficult for him not to get ahead of himself here?
A touch, but he served out enough matches in his time to know what he has to do. But a slightly surprising miss on that forehand, maybe just going a little too close to those sidelines. Two big serves there helping him out.
Exactly. He's really ripped that one over the course of this match.
Going to be looking for another 2 of those to close it out.
Here's a half chance. Norrie not quite in the zone anymore in this game as he nears the end of this one. Might be a crack of an opening. Missing a few first serves. It doesn't really matter when your second serve is that good.
You literally took the words right out of my mouth there. I think we might be seeing a little slider out wide here.
Match point.
Oh, I got it wrong.
Well, there's always a second serve coming.
Big one down the tee.
Well, there it is. Cameron Norrie, the top seed, is first into the semi-finals. And it wasn't quite as smooth sailing as he would have hoped at first in the opening set. Mason Recchi made him work. But overall, confident performance from Cameron, Anna.
Very impressive. I think he did exactly what he had to do in slightly tougher conditions. But, he's going to be happy to get through to that semi-final tomorrow. And he'll be playing the winner of Aidan McHugh, our number 3 seed, and Henry Patton, who will be on court later on this afternoon. But good performance again, slightly less easy than it was yesterday, but very impressive in different conditions. We'll be happy to be outdoors, but I believe that Abigail is heading down to court to hopefully catch a few words with Cameron about his thoughts on the match. And now we're heading courtside to hear Cameron's thoughts on the match.
Cameron, congratulations into the semi-finals here at the British Tour. It's been quite a straightforward approach in that first set. How did you find the match today?
Yeah, it's pretty tricky conditions out here, pretty windy, and the wind was changing direction. So, yeah, I was off a break at the start, and then he played a good game to come back, and was really solid actually. And in these conditions, no one's easy. So, yeah, it was my first match outside. I played indoors yesterday, so it was nice to kind of get that one under my belt. And yeah, it's good to be competing again and playing matches. So I'm happy. I mean, it's great. I mean, Battle of the Brits was such a good tournament. I think it went as well as it could have gone, and all the players loved it, and some good bragging rights in there. So, yeah, it was such a good event, and then just to have this one to follow up, and I've been practicing here, so I can play my match and then practice in the afternoon as well, and just get some more time on the courts, and just keep concentrating on my concentration. And these matches are going to be perfect for me and getting me ready for the US Open, which is in start of September. Hopefully it goes ahead, so just try to use it to my advantage.
Well, in the semi-finals, I believe you'll face either the number 3 seed, Aidan McHugh, or Henry Patton. Your thoughts on either of those matchups?
I've practiced with Aidy quite a lot, and I know him quite well. I don't know the other guy, so we'll just wait and see, and kind of just probably have another hit this afternoon and just get ready for that one. But yeah, I was happy to get through that one today.
Well, a great level today. Congratulations, and we'll see you in the semis.
Perfect. Thanks for that. Cheers.
Love 50.
Yeah, I think I'm going to go back to. I kind of started a master's, but I don't really want to go back till January. Yeah, I need to do. I don't need like.
Welcome to the NTC, the National Tennis Centre at Roehampton in southwest London, and the continuation here of the LTA British Tour. First round of the women's singles in action here on the centre court. Earlier on we saw Maya Lumsden, second seed, come through very impressively against Emma Wilson. And then we had the first of the men's quarterfinals just now, Cam Norrie coming through against Mason Recchi. And now we're back in action with the women taking centre stage once again in their first round match between the number 4 seed Emily Arbuthnot and Erin Richardson. I'm Rob Curling, alongside me British Fed Cup player Anna Smith. Anna, we're being treated once again to some super tennis. Great to be playing it all outdoors again today. The weather has been kind enough, apart from a tricky breeze.
I know, there seems to be a lovely little swirling breeze. We've got slightly cooler conditions outside as well, but it's really nice that the wind, well, the wind's picked up, but the rain has held off, so nice to get some outdoor tennis again.
It really is. And certainly billed as an outdoor tournament, but here at the NTC, of course, we have the option to go indoors should the weather create problems, as it did for the second half of yesterday's matches. But today, and hopefully for the rest of the weekend, we look set pretty fair. But this breeze sort of coming down from behind the player at the far end when we see the main match shot, that's been causing a few little issues for the players. Erin Richardson in your shot here, 19 years old, from Bournemouth, trains at the West Hants Club, which has a very interesting history. Might get onto that a little bit later, but she's also studying at the University of California. And, as I say, just 19 years old. A lefty. So we'll see if she can pull out any lefty tricks against her opponent today. Represented Great Britain at the Under-18 European Summer Cup last year. And as for all these players, just a great opportunity to get back into competitive action here with this British Tour event. Men's and women's singles, 16-player field. But she'll have a tough opponent in the number 4 seed, Emily Arbuthnot, 23 years old, from Harpenden in Hertfordshire. Currently at 954, but has been as high as 551. And a couple of career titles to her name in singles. A substantial number more in doubles. 13 career titles in her doubles. And a regular in the GB University team and studying economics at Stanford, which is interesting because they're great rivals with California, Berkeley, which is where her opponent, Erin Richardson, is from. And in fact, I think they were due to play out in the States before COVID-19 put paid to it. But Anna, what sort of matchup do you think we've got here?
I think it would be an interesting one. Again, we've got the lefty against the righty combination. I think it's going to be interesting to see how the wind effects play here. If Emily can dictate, obviously she's the number 4 seed here and the favourite to win this one. But again, if that lefty serve can cause some issues, then it might be tricky for her.
Yes, indeed. Now, we've had this breeze, which has been swirling around a little bit. As we look at it from this camera position, it's sort of been coming down towards us this end. So I know it caused a few little issues in the earlier match. And it's a cool breeze because it's a northerly. it's like winter out there today.
Yeah, it's a little bit chilly here from our commentary box as well. But no, it's not going to be too warm out there for the players. But you know, I think it's going to be interesting to see because the ball's not going to be flying through the air as much. Obviously, it'll be harder from one end than the other, but it'll be interesting to see who can adapt to it the best.
Fiona Edwards in the chair, and you can see from our tree there, which is our sort of symbol of what the wind is doing, that it is very... We still haven't discovered quite what this tree is, but it's a big one. Very breezy. It's a big tree.
That's my attempt at the...
It plays... yeah, it's quite a focal point here, just in the middle of the buildings here. This wonderful facility, the National Tennis Centre at Roehampton, where the elite players have been training. I think Andy Murray might have been here earlier today. Certainly had a word with his coach, Jamie Delgado, who was down here. But yeah, it's certainly a bit of a breeze. But we've had some sunshine, and the big thing is that it's going to stay dry. And we're set for the rest of this tournament to be played outdoors. And in terms of the value of this tournament to these players, after all that everyone's been through in lockdown, Anna, can you put that into some kind of perspective?
I think it's massive. I think that the whole point of playing tennis is you want to get out there to compete. You know, as much as people love training, the reason we play is to have those competitive juices flowing, and we want to win titles and we want to win matches. So I think for them to have something to train for, to strive for, I think has been huge, because I think, you know, maybe a few people struggled at the beginning phases of lockdown when we had no idea when things were going to start.
No.
And it's tough to train when you don't have anything to kind of give yourself a target for. So it's been great, and I think these the girls and the guys have really been focused in on it.
There's also prize money, even for a first-round loser. So that could be really valuable in helping players to pay their way in further coaching and all the support that they need.
Yeah, absolutely. Tennis is not a cheap sport, and obviously the only times we make money is when we're competing and when we're winning. So for them to have that security and that safety of knowing that they're going to get prize money from that first round is extremely big for them.
Yeah, equal prize money across the board for the men's and the women's tournaments. We've got Premier level and Tier 1. These women's tournaments are the Tier 1 level that we're seeing here this week. So a little bit of strapping, well, quite a lot of strapping on the left elbow of Erin Richardson. I did see her rubbing her shoulder a little bit earlier as well, but probably just warming up, I hope. Hope nothing any more serious than that before the match has even started.
Hopefully it's just precautionary, and the taping is just a little extra help.
Indeed. So here we are then, about to get underway. Remember, of course, it's best of 2 tie-break sets and a match tie-break at 10 points to 10 points at 1 set all, should we get there. Awesome. Super hitting from both players on the opening point, Anna.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see how Erin can use that lefty forehand. You saw a couple of forehands there where she tried to pull Emily out on that backhand wing and then hit into the open space. That could be a big tactic. Getting a bit of width on that serve from the deuce court, Arbuthnot, and on the scoreboard. If you're just joining us, no ball kids, of course, to keep the number of people around the court to a minimum, and umpires are calling all the lines too. No line judges, no Hawkeye. Ball staying very low indeed, and that Arbuthnot serve's got a bit of welly behind it, hasn't it? It does. She hits the ball very nicely, and the serve is a weapon. Nice to see her using the slice as a bit of a mix-up, though.
Yes.
Both girls really using that slice well.
So Arbuthnot holds serve. You can just hear Fiona Edwards shouting above the roar of the aircraft. We're just under the approach path to Heathrow here. Not as busy as, of course, it would be in normal times, but they're only about 2,500 feet up. So they're a little bit noisy when they come over, but I don't think that will distract the players too much. They'll have their minds pretty much focused on court, won't they?
I think so. I think they're so used to playing in different conditions with different noises and things like that, so I'm sure they won't notice a thing.
So Richardson serving at love 1. Arbuthnot is trying to generate pace from the back here.
Yeah, a little bit. I think it's tough when Erin's getting that kick on that forehand, playing it high up to Emily's backhand wing, and especially in this swirly wind, if she's hitting against the wind, that's a tricky shot to hit. Pretty sure that looked long. Emily giving a questioning look to the umpire there.
Oof. What happened there?
I think the wind might have caught that one, or it was that dodgy left-handed spin just snuck into the body.
Just overcooking it a little bit on that forehand, but worth going for it at 40 love.
Yeah, most definitely. I think nice serve out wide and had the open court, but just didn't give herself big enough margins.
So Richardson getting on the scoreboard, and she'll be pleased with that. Serve looking fairly steady. We've already lost a seed today. Elise Gillen going down in straight sets to Amelia Rajecki a little earlier on. She's being forced back a little bit by Richardson, who did well to hit a nice deep shot, making Arbuthnot work a little harder. Yeah, what's Erin Richardson doing that's troubling her opponent in these couple of points?
I think she's just dictating the points, playing it more on her terms. I think she's the one who's looking to get up the court a little bit more, and Emily looks a bit like she's happy to defend, and I'm not sure that's going to cut it out here.
So Arbuthnot holds in very breezy conditions out there. We had a lot of sunshine for our first match when Maya Lumsden came back to action after a long time out with injury. She's been out for 9 or more months, but she looked in terrific shape. I don't know how much of that match you saw, Anna.
I did catch snippets of it, and I've seen her play before as well. Very talented player, has the ability to switch things up. It's nice to watch, and I think it was good for her to get back on the court, and I'm sure she'll be happy with the performance today.
Yeah, she's got a lovely game to watch, hasn't she?
Yeah.
There's so much variety. I rushed out, and as much as I can rush anywhere, to get an interview with her, but she'd already disappeared.
I was going to say, I saw her sneak off court pretty quickly when she saw you coming. She didn't want to do the interview, but hopefully she won't get out of it tomorrow.
No, she won't. We won't give her a chance. I did actually catch up with her a little bit just a few minutes ago, actually. And yeah, she was thrilled to be back in action. She's feeling great. The injury that she'd had to her hand wasn't causing her any problems, and I think she was delighted with the way things had gone earlier on today. So she's through to the second round, the number 2 seed, but now let's concentrate on this match. The number 4 seed at the far end, Emily Arbuthnot. It's Erin Richardson serving at 1-2. Gets a lucky net cord. I think it must be the lunchtime rush hour into Heathrow, don't you?
I think so. I haven't heard this many planes going over for a while. It's been quite nice, and you realise how annoying it is when the planes go over.
Yeah, what was Richardson trying to do there? I think she had an idea, but just couldn't quite pull it off.
Yeah, I think she went slightly too ambitiously for a down-the-line drop shot there when a solid ground stroke cross-court would have sufficed.
Must have just caught the outside edge of the line. A super shot from Arbuthnot. Lovely sort of inside-out forehand from her earlier on in that rally from Emily Richardson.
It's just a nice change of pace as well from Emily. I think it's so easy to get into the groove of just hitting ground stroke after ground stroke, but the variation, I think, was what did it there. Gives her 2 break points here.
The umpire just calling, just to make sure that balls are out of harm's way. The last thing you want to do is turn an ankle on a stray ball.
I have seen that happen on a few occasions.
Hideous, isn't it? So Arbuthnot gets the break for a 3-1 lead. Feels sense that Richardson perhaps could do a little bit more with that lefty serve into that left-hand court.
A little bit. I think she could do a little bit more with the ground strokes as well. I think it's too up and down the middle, not really getting Emily out of her hitting zone. Well, we've seen this a few times from Emily. What's going on with that forehand? I'm not too sure. I think she just might try to do a little bit too much with it. I think, you know, she hasn't quite found her rhythm in this match yet, and Emily's being very solid, and Erin's really struggling, you know, just pulling off that forehand a little bit. And I think, to be fair, she probably would have been better hitting her backhand there, 'cause she's hitting her backhand a lot nicer than that forehand, but just needs to get her footing in this match, I think. Get those feet moving a little bit more.
That Arbuthnot serve has certainly got some weight behind it, and it's effective. Often a difficult shot to play up above the shoulder, but Richardson's backhand looks by far her strongest weapon. Yeah,
I totally agree. I think it's something she's going to have to use a little bit more in this match, because her forehand just isn't firing yet, and Emily's just making the most of it, and these unforced errors are very welcoming. So I think Erin's going to have to change something, or just look to use that backhand a little bit more often.
Yeah, the West Hants Club, where Erin Richardson plays, has a really interesting history. It used to stage the British Hardcourt Championships, and in 1968 those championships was the first tournament anywhere in the world to be held in the Open era. So it's when the Open era of tennis started. So the very first ever Open era tournament was played at the West Hants Club in Bournemouth, where Erin is doing a lot of her training.
I've played a fair few matches there. I won 8 internationals in
Bournemouth.
Did you? Yes, I did many moons ago.
Wow.
So, yeah, it holds good memories for me too. It's a lovely club.
It's a super club.
Yeah,
what a great
lovely
facility, isn't it? Yeah, Virginia Wade was the winner back in 1968,
oh,
but
wow.
she played as an amateur, so couldn't take away any prize money. And Ken Rosewall beat Rod Laver in the men's singles final.
That's amazing.
So, incredible.
I didn't know that.
It's fascinating. And a couple of years ago, they staged a 50th anniversary event down there, which was well attended by the likes of Roger Taylor and Mark Cox. Sadly, Virginia wasn't able to come over from the States, but Tim Henman came down and played an exhibition with some of the guys. Miles McLagan was there. Oh, thought that might just creep over.
I think the wind just held it up a little bit, and the net tape wasn't on her side.
Oh, that's a super shot. That's the first really inventive shot we've seen from Emily, and beautifully executed from her. From Erin, I beg your pardon.
No, it's nice to see again using that backhand side so well. I think she changed her racket in between changeovers, got a racket with a new string out, so I think that might be the secret weapon.
Good spot.
Or not.
Yeah, commentator scarce. Fiona Edwards enjoying it up there. I hope she's well wrapped up. Lovely play again from Emily Arbuthnot.
Probably the point of the match for me. I think
Yeah.
both players were a lot smarter in what they were trying to do. A little bit more height over the net, and well constructed from Emily, finishing with a great backhand down the line.
Well, it says Emily, but yeah, she's generating a lot of pace off those ground strokes. But a super volley from Erin Richardson to put the ball home. Perhaps just lifting her game a tad now.
You do seem to get the impression that she's finding her feet a little bit more, feeling a bit more comfortable out there, and trying to be a little bit more aggressive. I don't think she's got any other option out here. I think Emily's too solid from the baseline otherwise.
Well, Richardson holds. Much to her relief, maybe it was the change in racket.
Quite possibly. I always used to find that if I started the match off with one racket and it wasn't, you know, doing what I wanted it to do, I did tend to change it, and it did make a difference, you know, whether it is something mentally or whatever it is, you know, just these little things do make all the difference.
Because the string tension is probably going to be identical, isn't it?
You would have thought so,
Yeah.
unless, you know, sometimes players get different rackets strung at different tensions just for different conditions, so I'm not sure whether she does, but I think maybe just a little bit of help mentally, but it seems to have done the trick.
Certainly did there. That was a blistering cross-court return. The complexion perhaps shifting just a little bit here.
Feels like the momentum has just slightly gone in Erin's favour here. Just a few more errors creeping in Arbuthnot's game.
Dispatched with ease. She made that look so simple.
I know, it was nice to see the slice approach shot and then a simple put away forehand volley, but I think that's another thing from the college system in America. They play a lot of doubles over there, and I think Emily has had a very successful career, so I think she knows her way around a doubles court and her way around the net as well, and it showed there.
guess at this level in particular, you're playing a lot of doubles anyway, but do you think that makes you a more rounded player the more you play doubles?
I think so too. I think there's nothing wrong with playing more doubles, and for me, you know, I tended to find when I was playing singles that it made a huge difference on my singles game. I was able to play more matches under competitive situations and able to train different aspects of my game that I wouldn't necessarily have done in a singles match. So I think it's massively important, as much as it allows that these girls try and play doubles if they can.
It does seem when you watch doubles players playing singles that they do tend to bring more variety into their game.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think that's something that's kind of missing a little bit from the women's game in general. You know, you look at sort of the top 10, top 20, and it's very similar. You know, they're very happy to hit from the baseline and kind of bludgeon the ball, but there's not too many girls who have that variety and use that slice and mix up the pace and want to come forward, and I'd love to see that more with, you know, the younger girls coming up.
There's a little tendency to overhit it, just making that sign that she perhaps just pushed it a little hard. Would it be fair to say that at this level, where certainly in the earlier match we saw today, there was quite a lot of serve and volley, certainly a lot of net play from Maya Lumsden, because the players yet haven't got to full power, that they are playing with a little more touch and feel?
Quite possibly, but I also think that both Emily and Maya, that is part of their game plan as well, whereas, you know, you see from other girls that just isn't part of their game style. So I think it does very much depend on the player, but obviously Emily and Maya have that in their repertoire, whereas other girls might need to work on that and improve it in comparison to these two girls.
So at deuce and 4-2. Oh, I think she might have been able to let that one go.
Quite possibly. Again, you kind of get the impression that Erin isn't quite as comfortable up as the net as Emily is. So there were a couple of volleys that she maybe could have done a little bit more, and gave Emily a chance on those passing shots. And again, it's just that comfort level of being at the net. If you don't do it, you don't really feel that comfortable executing those volleys.
Yeah, slightly a no man's land perhaps there
Precisely.
as well. So Arbuthnot holds. And as we keep saying, when the luck is going against you, it goes against you. That could so nearly have just dropped on the edge of the line, but clipped the net cord from Richardson, just popped out into the tram lines. So Arbuthnot heading nicely towards perhaps concluding this first set. Maybe she can get the break here. But interesting watching Arbuthnot's game, that she seems to be working very hard to try and generate power. Is that because the ball coming back to her perhaps hasn't got as much on it?
I think if you look at her court positioning, she's pretty far behind the baseline as well, so she's not getting the pace that she would from the opponent's ball if she was standing a little bit closer to the baseline. So you see she's having to force it a little bit. I'd love for her to just take a step or two closer to the baseline, but again, if it's not in her game style and she doesn't practice it, she's going to struggle. But I think that the comfort level she shows around the net could be good for her to move up the court a little bit more, but obviously we've got tough conditions here, and being solid from the baseline is probably a good option today.
Yeah, she knows she could and should have done better with that one.
You can see the frustration. I think the forehand is really letting her down in this set. The backhand has been pretty solid, but just too many mistakes off that forehand wing.
Oh, what a shame. That is always a tricky shot. But as you said, perhaps not her comfort zone for playing that type of shot.
I didn't feel overly confident when she came forward.
No.
I would love to have seen her, you know, run in a little bit quicker and take that on a normal volley. You know, drive volleys in this swirling wind is tricky, but yeah, you just get the sense that she's not overly comfortable up at the net.
The previous shot, she struck beautifully, the ground stroke.
Committed to that forehand a little bit more than she has done in the previous ones.
The idea was probably right to go up the line.
Yeah, absolutely. I think great height over the net as well with the forehand, just such fine margins as well. Just give herself a bigger target.
Well, it's a fairly comfortable opening set for Arbuthnot. She'll be happy enough with that, although certainly some areas that she could probably brush up on just a little bit. But as for Erin Richardson, it was a disappointing end to the set for her, when you just felt perhaps there were areas of her game she was just signs that she might be getting to grips with.
Yeah, I think she needs to work on using that backhand a little bit more. I think the forehand let her down quite a lot. There were just few too many cheap points in that set, and just didn't really commit to it. And you know, when you're playing someone like Emily, who's just so solid from the baseline, moves well, hits the ball well, you're going to have to come up with something a little bit different, and she just looked a little bereft of ideas there.
Fair to say that, of course, with all these players, you know, they've come out of lockdown. This is their first tournament back. They won't have done an awful lot of their normal kind of training. I know that Erin has been doing some body combat, whatever that is.
I'm not sure.
Fit.
I would love to try it, but I don't know what it is.
And I think, along with a lot of people, has found a new love of cooking, which has kept her sane. She's ever baking, cooking curries.
Ooh.
Love a curry.
Shame she didn't bring us some. It would have been a treat right now.
It would have been. For Arbuthnot, this is her second tournament this year. She's playing in Malibu in an ITF event back in January. Reached the second round of qualifying there. So, you know, there's going to be a bit of rust. And that's the great thing about this event, is it's a great place and a great occasion to shake off that rust and get back to where you want to be.
Absolutely. You kind of have to go into these events with excitement, but also not too high expectations, especially if this is a second match that she's played this year. I did see her playing on Sunday in the doubles event.
Oh.
So she has had a little bit of match practice on the doubles court, but obviously singles and doubles are very different. So I think she'll just be enjoying getting that match practice on the singles court again.
You're a doubles specialist. Was that through choice?
It was partly through choice and partly down to my body failing me horribly, unfortunately.
What, you mean the knee?
Yeah,
right.
my dodgy knees. So I made the decision when I was about 25, 26 to stick to the doubles route. And it was something that I enjoyed a lot when I was younger as well, and something that kind of suited my game style. And it was either that or quit tennis, and I really didn't want to quit, so I went down the doubles route instead.
Good on you. Played Fed Cup?
I did. I've played multiple Fed Cups. With who?
Katie Bolser?
I have played Katie Bolser, Katie Swan, Heather, Jo. So I've been lucky enough to play with some incredible players.
ball was getting flatter and lower. I was wondering if they were going to have to dig it out to the court at one stage, but Richardson did well to take that point. Well, this now is a chance for Richardson to make her mark early on in the second set with 2 break points. Oh, again, right idea.
Yeah, just again the execution. Just it's hard to hit these lines in wind like this. You know, you have to give yourself bigger targets to aim for. But it's the right idea, and you feel that's kind of the way she's going to have to play if she wants to get back into this match.
So back to deuce.
Don't think Erin's overly happy about that one, berating herself for missing that forehand.
Yeah, she had a golden opportunity, a couple of golden opportunities to break the Arbuthnot serve, but those have slipped by, I'm afraid. And now it's the number 4 seed with an opportunity to take the first game in this second set. Just chastising herself a little bit, I think.
you get the sense that maybe the intensity's dropped off just a little bit, which is sometimes always the case when you finish that first set. You either have the highs or the lows of winning. It's hard to keep that intensity up.
Oh, she played that well. That's not an easy shot to execute effectively.
No, not at all. I think she wasn't necessarily expecting it back from Erin, and it almost looked like it bounced into her a little bit.
Yeah.
I think the wind took it into her body, so she did well to get out of the way. And
What would you call that?
I'm not sure. I don't know if there's a textbook name for it.
Well, Richardson letting Arbuthnot off the hook a little bit there, which is unfortunate for her. She had 2 break points, couldn't seize those opportunities, and those can make all the difference in terms of the outcome of a match.
It's quite a similar pattern of what's been happening throughout this match, having a few opportunities here and there, but just not quite being able to take it. And Emily's the one who's winning these important points. You know, Erin's creating a couple of chances here and there, but you can tell Emily's a slightly more experienced player out there.
So, we need some good serving from the left-hander. I'm not sure if that's such a good serve or a little bit of an error from the returner.
I probably would have to be slightly more critical of the returner there. I think it wasn't such a tricky shot, just poor execution.
You say the service placement could be a little bit more, needs to be a little bit more aggressive is not the word I'm looking for, but just needs to...
Accurate.
Accurate is a good word.
I definitely agree with you on that. I just think a little bit more width as well.
Yeah.
It's very middle of the court. She's going wide, but it's still in the slot. I think there needs to be a little bit more spin. Just try and cut the tram lines a little bit more to get Emily out of her strike zone, because at the moment, granted she's 40 love up in this game, but things seem to be on Emily's racket quite a lot.
Yeah. Well, it's a hole to love. I wouldn't say it was the most convincing hole to love, absolutely.
No, not at all. It was a little bit of a gift from Emily, a few sloppy errors, and Erin will be thankful for that. But Emily needs to regroup here and really put her foot on the accelerator.
It's like playing in the park, isn't it? You've got to get the balls. No one's going to get them for you. But I suppose at this level, the girls are probably used to that anyway.
Yeah, a little bit. It reminds me of back in junior days where your opponent would walk the slowest I've ever seen to try and move the ball at the net.
That was a super shot there from Erin Richardson. That backhand is really the shot that I think that is proving to be a strong point here.
It's definitely been the standout one for her today. She can get that forehand just firing a little bit more. She could cause Emily quite a lot of problems.
I know that feeling.
So do I, only too well.
Isn't it funny how change of set, you're still playing the same match, but something happens mentally. It can often happen to the other player as well who's lost that first set, where things just change.
Yeah, you either get a renewed sense of impetus or you just drop off, and you do feel that Emily's intensity has just gone down 10%, and that can make all the difference in a match.
Well, I think both players played a super point there, and I thought Richardson was on top in that rally.
I thought Emily got on top, and then she gave control back to Erin, and then she snuck it away again. But you could see at the end of that point, she gave herself a little fist bump. I think she realises that this is an important game to try and get through and not get down a break here early in the second set.
It's good to see a longer rally, but Richardson in the end, just the unforced error yet again, just overhitting it slightly. Maybe the breeze having a bit of a say in that final shot may have carried it a bit. Does make it tricky. Do you feel there's any room for the girls to just change it up a bit and mix it up a bit, or are they both just forcing each other to play behind the baseline?
I think Emily has the ability to change it up. I think Erin's pretty set in her ways about what she wants to be doing out there, but I think Emily was successful, especially in that first set when she was using a little bit more variation. She brought the slice in, she came forward a little bit, and I feel like she's reverted to just being happy staying behind the baseline here, and it's giving Erin time to find her rhythm and find her range, and I'm not sure that this is such a successful play for Emily here.
Well, she's forced her back there, and Erin has got the break. And she needed that. She needs a boost, I think, here. And if she can just hold serve here, make the most of that lefty serve, maybe from the ad court, then she could be changing the complexion of the match.
Yeah, it looked like in that game there from Emily's side of the court, it looked like she was against the wind, sorry. So it'd be interesting to see how Erin manages to deal with it from there, because, you know, obviously Emily's going to get a little bit of help with the wind and generating a little bit more pace. So, you know, tactics from each side of the court will vary a touch.
Yeah, this is one of a number of events that the LTA is staging here at the National Tennis Centre to get elite competition back up and running. We've got the Progress Women's Tour next week, a really impressive field there. And this will continue as well into the week beyond, the fourth and final week that will be of this event. And then we're going to be treated to a new mixed doubles tournament that's just been announced yesterday, that that great tournament organiser, Jamie Murray, has put together again.
I think he's got a new career ahead of him once he does hang up the rackets. You know, tournament director Mr. Murray, here we come.
Yeah, no, that should be a cracking job. We're very hopeful that Johanna Konta will be playing, and Andy as well. But even if they don't make it, no reason why they won't. But the field is already a really impressive one, and I think for all tennis fans that'll be hugely entertaining. Mixed doubles, it's just a joy, isn't it?
Yeah, I always loved playing it when I was playing. So for me, it is something that unfortunately we only get to play 4 times a year, and any event that we can play that involves that, I think, is brilliant.
So Richardson serving to see if she can consolidate this second set lead. That's not just flexing her hip, maybe a little stiffness, a little soreness. Hopefully nothing untoward. She hit that previous forehand nice and flat, and then it was just a bit uppish, wasn't it? Sending it long.
A little bit. Just tried to do a little bit too much of that, I think. I like the idea of her trying to come forward. It looked like she was actually going to try and come to the net, but just overpressed a little bit on that backhand.
I just sense there are a few little signs that she might be getting into her rhythm, and then she plays a shot like that, which is just a pity for her. If she could just get some rhythm going, settle into the match a bit better, play to her strengths, Richardson, you feel she'd be in with a chance of levelling up the match.
It's just a little up and down, and that's been the issue. Emily's have been a lot more steady throughout the whole match, and you know, it's hard when you're not really giving yourself too many opportunities and just making sloppy errors, which you kind of feel that Erin has been doing.
That was a nice change of direction from Arbuthnot, playing it down the line, and Richardson really not equal to it.
Again, you feel like that's an error that she potentially shouldn't be making. You know, it wasn't that close to the line. I agreed it. You know, it was a good change of direction, but you've got to just find a way to get yourself back in the point, and she's not been doing that well enough today.
Not a good way to lose your service game. Not that there ever is a good way to lose your service game, but that really was a loose second serve from Richardson. I'm afraid that break advantage has gone. Arbuthnot levelling up then. At two games all in this second set. Arbuthnot leading by a set to love. Richardson looked like she was happy to slightly take the pace off the ball by looping it back a little bit more. Didn't pay off.
No, it looks like Emily's getting a lot of help with the wind being with her, and Erin's struggling with having to try and hit through the wind a little bit. So, you know, the players from Emily's side of the court are having that advantage. So it's interesting to see how that will change at these next change events.
Yeah, lovely whipped backhand cross court to give Arbuthnot 3 game points for a 3-2 lead in this second set. Well, it was probably a little bit easier than it should have been for her to take that lead. And interesting to see if, as you say, Anna, if Erin can take advantage of this tailwind. I mean, in some instances, having the wind against you enables you to have a bit more control, doesn't it? It's just that you can't generate perhaps quite as much power and depth.
You can almost be a little bit more aggressive when you've got the wind against you, because you can really go for your shots and know that they're not going to fly, whereas sometimes it actually can be harder to play when you've got the wind with you. I almost struggled more just purely because I hit a flatter ball, but I think with Emily, I think she has that control. She likes to hit with topspin. But, you know, as Erin showed in those previous games when she was with the wind as well, she enjoyed it. She got a little bit more pace on her shot. She could be a little bit more aggressive. So, you know, I think this second set could be quite topsy-turvy because, you know, the wind has picked up, I think, from the first set. And it's just who can use that to their advantage the best.
Well, this girl in our shot, Erin Richardson, needs to make as much use of that as possible, if she possibly can, in this next service game. Get this second set at least back onto level pegging, give herself a chance to level up the match and just try and iron out some of those unforced errors she's been making. Well, so far so good for Richardson. That was nicely played, putting our opponent under a little bit of pressure.
Doing our job for us.
Yeah, absolutely. I was a little bit surprised actually of the outcome of that point, because I thought Richardson playing the ball down the centre again just really gave too many opportunities to her opponent, but she didn't take it. So Richardson with a chance here to level up this second set. 3 game points on her serve. Oh, well, we all knew what she wanted to do there. Opened up the court, but just a little bit wild on that forehand.
Didn't need to be, though. Had the whole court to aim for and just wanted to hit the line, which was a bit unnecessary.
The ball sat up a little bit, didn't it?
I think it kicked up quite a lot. Maybe it caught the wind as well.
Yeah.
But just really kicked up into that body and was so hard to get out of the way.
Well, 2 opportunities to hold have gone. She's got another one now. Could really do with taking the advantage of this ad court for the lefty as well, maybe on this serve. Well, that wasn't the plan. It's not what we were trying to tell her to do.
No, that wasn't. I don't think she timed that serve that well. Could have been the wind took the ball toss, but didn't hit it clean out the middle of the racket.
Certainly didn't. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, that wind could be an absolute menace, especially if you're the server. Ball toss can really be affected by the wind swirling around. So it's deuce from 40 love to deuce. Well done. She got it that time, but I do feel she let Arbuthnot off the hook a bit there.
She really did. I think it was incredible defence though from that forehand that Erin hit. I really didn't expect her to get it back so deep, and I thought she'd let her off the hook there, but Emily sort of pushed the ball back into the middle of the court and gave Erin another chance, which she took.
We've seen this a lot. That's quite a repetitive shot, isn't it?
Unfortunately, it's not one of the good repetitive shots that we want to see. But, you know, it's hard. She's trying to do the right thing. But until you give yourself bigger targets and in conditions like this, you know, you're not going to make it 9 times out of 10, which you need to be doing.
That was nicely played. That's the first time we've seen anything like that, I think, from Richardson, and it's paid off nicely.
It was clever. She could see that Emily was so far behind the baseline that it didn't even have to be that good. Just get it in the middle of that service box and Emily stood no chance whatsoever.
Well, she made hard work of that from a position of 40 love, but managed to hold. So 3-all, we're level pegging this second set. Arbuthnot serving into the wind. And she had her opponent pinned so far back. I wonder if she could have done a little bit more with that last shot.
Quite possibly. Maybe she could have just gone into the backhand again and looked to open up the court even more, but just trying to overpress a little bit when it's not needed.
A little bit of desperation creeping in, perhaps.
Just looking lost for ideas, I think.
You can understand it. So the Arbuthnot hold then, and she gets the upper hand in this second set, and this is really where Erin Richardson, just at this change of ends, just needs to think calmly about how she's going to restore parity here.
Needs to regroup a little bit. I get the sense that there's not that much clarity in what she's trying to do out there. She's winning a few points doing one thing, then trying something else and trying something else, whereas I feel like Emily has a little bit more of a clear game plan, and now Erin's against the wind. It's going to be tricky. I see Emily trying to use that in her favour, trying to hit those heavy ground strokes again, and it's going to be tough.
You sense something quite savvy about Emily in the way she plays. Last year, in fact, she won a silver medal at the 2019 World University Games, which was Britain's best women's singles performance for over 50 years at that event. So she's got a bit of pedigree there, hasn't she?
Absolutely, and especially in the college system as well over in the States. She'll have played so many singles matches, so she's got that match astuteness. She knows exactly what she's doing on that court, so which is probably something that Erin doesn't quite have just yet with that 4-year age gap between the two of them. Yeah. But it's just showing a little bit that match smartness is coming out.
So a hold here would put her back level. Well, she got it. She's a little fortunate perhaps, but why not? She deserves a little bit of luck.
Yeah, she absolutely tried to do the right thing, and you make your own luck, don't you? I'm not quite sure how that managed to get over the net, but definitely was trying to do the right thing.
Oh, savvy. We talked about her opponent being savvy. That was a really nice one. Going behind the opponent, wrong footing her. We're seeing a little change up here in Erin Richardson's game.
One of the first times she's actually tried to use a bit of width on that forehand as well, rather than just kind of hitting through the middle of the court. And you can see what happens, get that slider out wide and go back behind. She keeps grabbing that elbow. I'm not sure whether it's the tape coming off or if it's causing her a few problems.
Well, I hope for her sake it isn't being a problem.
She's just giving it a wiggle of the racket. That's normally a sign that something's bothering her.
Yeah. Well, maybe there is an elbow problem. Maybe that's something else we should factor in here.
Becoming slightly more obvious in this game especially. Don't know whether the accumulation of playing a set and a half is causing more issues than the underlying problem.
We've all been there.
Absolutely.
Oh, that's a glorious shot, but it's not a winner. Oh, well, I mean, all sorts of things happened at that point that shouldn't have happened.
No.
I mean,
I don't know what to say.
Richardson should have put one away beforehand.
Arbuthnot should have hit a passing shot.
Yeah.
And then another volley should have gone away, another passing shot.
Right.
But
oh dear. Oh, it's desperately tough when things aren't going your way. She could so do with a hold here, Richardson. It would help her no end, I think. Well, talk us through that one, Anna. That was a nice little idea, but then she held back. Shouldn't she have then come in once she'd played that little drop shot?
it looked like she was in no man's land there.
Yeah.
I think she wasn't quite sure what she wanted to do. And to be fair, Emily sort of gave her a fairly easy volley. But again, she just didn't really know what it was she wanted to do. Potentially she could have lobbed Emily because she was coming forward so much, or just knocked it down the line. But she kind of wanted to go back into the space where Emily was.
So it's break point. Those shots always work when you're not playing a thing, don't they?
Yeah, it's always frustrating. The ones in training, you can be playing $1 million and then get onto the match score, and it's not quite the same.
Again, just trying to work that ball wide. You know, thumbs up for trying that, but you've got to have the accuracy to back it up with.
It's just something she's been lacking today, I think. Sometimes she's been trying to do the right thing, but just pulling it wide every time.
So, I'm afraid it's not parity for Richardson, and the 5-3 lead for Arbuthnot is just what this girl in our picture wants. The number 4 seed now serving to take this match for a place in the second round. Ball kids, come on, feed me the ball. Still a ball in the service court there from the previous point. I'm not sure it should really be sitting there. But it gives Emily Arbuthnot, the number 4 seed, 3 match points. Still 2 match points. Well, it's an excellent serve from Arbuthnot down the tee, but good return, and Richardson hanging on in there to extend this just a little bit further.
Just about.
Still match point. So the double fault there, just a glimmer of light for her opponent. Coming back to deuce. Well, that is a super shot from Richardson. Again, it was a bit of second bite at the cherry, I feel, but she got the point.
She did. I think Emily will be pretty frustrated that she hasn't managed to get that point. You can see from Erin's reaction as well that that's a big point for her.
It was, and that little slice drop shot on the backhand has worked a couple of times for her in this match. Really need to take advantage of that position. But just as we've seen so often in this match, she's forcing that ball wide. Very frustrating for Erin Richardson. Her heart goes out to her. Well, it's another gift for Richardson to take advantage of this. Another breakpoint opportunity. Well, there we are. 3 match points saved, and Arbuthnot really letting her opponent off the hook there.
I'm not quite sure how she managed to get out of that one. Just stayed solid and hung in and kept fighting for every point, but Emily's going to be frustrated that she wasn't able to close out the match there and then. She had a few chances but didn't quite take them.
Would she be getting tight? I mean, there's a tendency to do that sometimes when you've got match points, but do you think she'd feel tight in this sort of situation?
Absolutely. I think she's going to have that little bit of frustration, which can cause some tension after what happened in that previous game. I think she should think that she should already be in the clubhouse by now and doing her interview with you. So
yeah, if I move quickly enough.
But no, you know, this is where the mental side of the game is going to have to come into play, and she's got to be strong enough to realise that she still plays another good game here and the game's in her grasp. So if she can just try and push that thinking out of her mind and just refocus and regroup here, that's the most important thing. But I think the first couple of points will be crucial. If she can get off to a good start, she can put that pressure right back on Erin again.
Yeah, and on the other hand, Erin really needs to take advantage of the opportunity that she has now been given.
But she can almost kind of play freely because, you know, from 40 love down in that previous game, she didn't expect to be here. So, you know, this is almost a second chance for her.
It's a big thump. Well, it's not so bad, it's just not good enough. Emily, just at the moment, just dropping off, isn't she?
Allowing that frustration to get to her a little bit. You can see the body language has changed.
Yes.
You can see that frustration in her face as well, and that's translating to her game.
Nice point from Erin. A hold here. Who knows what might happen? Still showing a little more promise, I think, Richardson.
Yeah, she definitely is. I think the way she's trying to hit from the baseline, just use the backhand a little bit more to construct the points nicely. But it's just, again, those sloppy errors on those shots where she doesn't really have to go for so much. You know, I think if she'd hit that backhand down the line again, gone into the open space, wore her opponent down a bit more, probably was the smarter play.
Well, that's 2 points gone begging. Make that 3 points that have gone begging.
Getting an exact copy of the previous game.
Yes, absolutely. Deuce. Well done. She got there in the end. That's a nicely constructed point, although you felt that that shot when she came into the net just played it far too long.
I thought Emily did incredibly well, though, to stay in that point, and I really did think that the momentum had swung, and I was a bit worried about that smash, but she put it away nicely.
So Richardson gives herself another chance. Not on that occasion. It had worked for her on many occasions in the past, but just didn't quite pull that off.
I think it would have worked again if it hadn't clipped the top of the tape. Emily was nowhere to be seen, and again, just realising that it doesn't have to be quite as good as she thinks it does.
Well, the service game of Richardson's has completely turned around now from having had 3 chances to hold. She's now once again facing match point against her. Well played. Well, there are some nice things happening, which she'll be pleased about. I mean, at least she's got something to go away and think, well, I did these things well.
She seems to save her best tennis for the big points, I think.
Yes. There was a certain amount of venom in that return, wasn't there, from Arbuthnot?
I think all the frustration came out in that return. Would be nice to see the same aggression. I feel she's been a little bit passive on the match points she's had so far. Would like to see her take it to Erin.
5th match point. And Arbuthnot comes through 6-2, 6-4. She played well enough. Her opponent A little haphazard at times, but well done. She'll come back and have gained from that experience. For Emily Arbuthnot, though, she's through to round 2.
Solid victory for Emily there. 6-4, 6-2, 6-4, sorry. Tough conditions, as you can see, some swirling wind, but she'll be happy to get through that. Always tricky in that first round. I can see the look of relief on her face. Be interesting to hear her thoughts. Rob's just heading down to court now, so we'll be getting an interview with her very soon. Pretty good stats. I think she'll be happy with that first serve percentage. Again, can always increase, but created a lot of break points, just didn't quite manage to hold on to her serve as much as she wanted to, but solid first round performance.
Yeah, conditions looked a little tricky with that wind.
Yeah, it's been pretty windy here today, so it's a bit quite difficult to adjust to that. And I think also I haven't obviously played a match for a while, so sort of combining all those elements together was quite tricky. But I'm glad that I managed to stay composed and win the match in the end.
How good has it been to be able to get back out and playing matches, given you some focus in training for something to come in terms of match play?
Yeah, it's been really great, and I'm so glad that the LTA put these tournaments on for the players. I think we've all got a little bit frustrated with sort of training endlessly without being able to compete. So it's fantastic to be able to get back out here and actually have a bit more direction to my training and really be able to sort of demonstrate what I've been working on.
Yeah, indeed. And now, having come through that, it took you a little time to close it out.
Yeah.
But what are your thoughts now going into the next match tomorrow for your second round match? Anything you'll be working on?
Yeah, I think I'm just going to keep adjusting to the wind and hoping to work with that. And I mean, it's my first tournament back, so obviously I'd like to do well, but I think for now it's about adjusting back onto the match court and trying to sort of find my shots again and get back into the match playing.
Oh, great. It's great to watch. Well done, and best of luck for the rest of the weekend.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Thomas. Well done. Good stuff.
So weird. It's been like 4 months since I played a match. It's like, whoa.
Thank you. Well, welcome back to the action here at the LTA National Tennis Centre in Roehampton in southwest London. And we now have a men's quarterfinals match between Paul Jubb, the number 2 seed. He's up against Alistair Gray. And Jubb really made to work hard in his win yesterday. First round match against Max Basing. That's Jubb on the left of shot in the white. And Alistair Gray in your shot now. 22 years old from Twickenham, not far from here, southwest London. Lives in Surbiton now. The men got underway with their first round matches yesterday. And we really were treated to some wonderful play. Paul Jubb, of course, really making a name for himself in his, what was his breakthrough year last year, I guess, Anna?
Absolutely. I think that was the first time that I'd really heard about him. Obviously, he had his big breakthrough when he won the NCAAs, and that was incredible. And then performed really well over the grass. So nice to see him. I think he's turning pro now. I think he's stopped going to university. So it'll be interesting to see his progression. But I'm very excited.
Yeah, it's a very exciting player, and it was a brilliant match as well, as I said, against Max Basing yesterday. Took in the distance, but Alistair Gray, I wonder what he can do against the might of Paul Jubb. He's 22 years old, right-hander. He's been up to 986 in terms of ranking. Trains at the JTC, the Junior Tennis Centre, just over the river in Chiswick, not far away from here. The likes of David Felgate will be coaching him there, I'm sure. Colin Beecher came through in straight sets yesterday against Charles Brown. But here he is on the show court for the first time this week. And interesting to see what he can put together. He looks a tall chap. I haven't actually got his dimensions. Everyone seems to have been 6'5", don't they? in all our notes, which I don't believe. Not least of all, Paul Jubb, who was down to 6'5". But here he is in our shot, and my word, he's really making a name for himself now. He plays a super brand of tennis too. 20 years old. He's been up to 427 in the world. Slipped back a little bit from that, but that's of no concern at all. What's 180 centimetres? How's your maths? That's a really unfair question, isn't it? The
thing is that I'm 170, so I have a feeling he's a lot taller than just 10 centimetres taller than me. So,
oh, okay.
You know, I think that's sort of 5'10", 5'11", but I feel like he might be over 6 foot.
But I don't think he's 6'5".
No, definitely not.
But what's happened to him, do you think, Anna, in the last 12 months or so that's just really put him on the map in the way he has? He played Wimbledon. He had a terrific run in the grass court events here at in the UK.
I think it was just the winning of the NCAAs. It's obviously a huge competition over in America in college tennis, and the players and the level that he would have had to play to win that would have been extremely high, and I think that just gave him the boost that he needed. And you know, he's come out all guns firing from the grass season onwards last year, and watching him play in the Battle of the Brits, I was very impressed. He's an incredible athlete, and he's just got such a smart way of playing. You know, he moves so well, and he's just very calm for a 20-year-old. He's very chill out there and doesn't let things fluster him. So I'd like to think that he's got a very bright future ahead of him.
Yeah, I think there's little doubt that is the case. He's very tough mentally too, isn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, it was a thing that impressed me was when I was watching him against Cameron Norrie at Battle of the Brits a couple of weeks ago, and I think he was 6-love, 3-love down, and it didn't faze him. A lot of players would have panicked and thought, oh my God, you know, I'm on television here. I've lost 9 games in a row in about half an hour, but he found a way to try and change things up, and you know, admittedly he did lose the match, but the fact that he was able to try different things and stay calm enough to do different things, I think shows a testament to the maturity that he already has as a 20-year-old.
And what will he get out of a week like this? Obviously he was playing in Battle of the Brits in the indoors, which had been a terrific experience for him, and this tournament again, it's more competition for him. What will he gain specifically from playing this
There's a
Still
different type of pressure because obviously at the Battle of the Brits he was the underdog. He wasn't expected to do well, whereas here obviously he's the number 2 seed. So, you know, that comes with a different type of pressure. But again, I think we have to remember that all of these people, the girls and the guys, are just coming back to competition. It's trying to shake off that match rustiness, and he's just going to obviously be looking to win, but try and get as many matches under his belt as possible and just keep trying to implement the things he's doing on the practice court into the match court.
And Alistair Gray, tall fella, quite a tall order for him you would expect as well today.
I remember I actually watched him on Sunday when I was here. He made the final and lost to Arthur Ferry, actually. So he's very much on this exact court as well. So he's very much used to these conditions. And I think the one thing that impressed me was he obviously is a tall guy, so has a big serve, and it works in this wind. And he wasn't afraid to come forward. So I expect to see a lot of the same again today.
Yeah, great effort getting through to the final last week, and the first week of this LTA British Tour. 4 weeks worth of events here for men and women in 16-field singles. Equal prize money across the board, and prize money also available for players who get knocked out in the first rounds, which is invaluable help at this difficult time for players to support, well, for the support they need to move forward.
Yeah, it's tough enough at the lower echelons of the game to... There's been so much talk about prize money and how it's so top heavy in the game of tennis, but the fact that they're able to get prize money from the first round, it covers the cost of them at least travelling here and whether they have to get a hotel or if they're lucky enough to get to stay here. So, it just means that it's something less that they have to worry about and they can really focus on the tennis.
Yes, the training facilities here are second to none, aren't they? I mean, you use them a lot. You use the physio facilities a lot for your knee recovery.
Too many of the physio facilities I've used, but just outside the commentary box, you can see here it's Paul's coach and his fitness trainers as well that I know well. So it's great for them to be able to come out and watch because they don't necessarily get to see all the stuff that they've been doing in the gym and how he's putting that onto the court.
Indeed. Well, we are underway with Alistair Gray serving. Did you say he had a big serve?
I did. This time it wasn't the commentator, Skaz, he proved me right. But yeah.
That was a second.
Was it?
I believe so. Well, that serve came back with interest from Jubb, but still Gray able to move into the net. We saw a lot of serve volley yesterday from the guys. I wonder if we're going to see a bit more of it today. It's so good to watch.
I love watching it. I love the variation, and you do get a little bit bored when you just see baseline rallies constantly, but I think Alistair is going to be coming to the net a lot, whether it's serve and volley or just looking to approach.
Oof. Hit that flat and low and long, but hardly surprisingly, I believe his favourite serve is grass. So
that is correct.
That would suit the big server.
And also the way he hits the ball, you can tell that it's very flat. A lot of the guys tend to hit it with a little bit more topspin, but he just sort of looks to hit through that ball.
Nicely done, sir. Straight down the middle on the tee, and he takes the first game rather emphatically to get proceedings underway here in this second men's quarter-final on this centre court, day 2 of the men's competition.
Tennis is a lot easier when you can just whip out one of those first serves.
How well would these two know each other's games? Because these are all British players and they're all affiliated to the LTA, does that automatically mean they'd know each other's games well?
I wouldn't say necessarily, especially because Paul's obviously been over in America quite a lot, so he might not necessarily know all of the players, but I believe that Paul has actually joined JTC as well, so I think they might potentially have the same coach even. So I think they will have practiced together a little bit, so they'll know strength and weaknesses of each game, and I think it's whoever can put their game on the court.
It's a good opening serve from Jubb. Gets a nice bit of side spin on that second serve.
Yeah, he definitely does. I think it's going to be something that he's going to look to improve. Obviously, he's a fairly tall guy. I think he can get a little bit more out of that first serve, look to be a little bit more aggressive, but I think that's something similar for his whole game style, what he would want to look to push on with.
Oh. Yeah, his opponent acknowledging the quality of that shot.
You can see his athleticism and the way he just stayed so aggressive and so over the ball on that forehand.
Gray looks like he might be a bit of a handful.
Yeah, he's just letting rip on those ground strokes, and he's not going to hold back, I don't think. So Paul's going to have to be on it every point, and you can see already he's trying to get the fist pump out and the come-ons you can hear. So there's a lot of intensity from both of them out there already.
He's really being made to work hard for this first service game, Paul Jubb. What an angle.
Such good footwork around the forehand. Could easily have taken that cross court as well, but really great forehand.
playing the ball so low down by your ankles, and yet still managing to find the other side of the net.
Yeah, from the men's match previously, when we watched Cameron and Reki, it's such a different sort of game. You know, these guys are hitting it with like so much flatter and so much more pace on it, but it's just nice to see a contrast of styles.
Advantage Gray.
Yeah, they're really having to get down to play these shots every time, and they're still able to generate a fair amount of power.
Yeah, absolutely. It was nice to see him kind of chipping and charging, almost Tim Henman-esque. It's nice to see it. This what he did a lot last week as well, and it was what was so successful because he's got such a big presence up at the net. But he'll be frustrated to miss that return.
Yeah, had break point. He'd have loved a 2-love lead.
Let's go, come on, let's go.
Advantage job. Yes.
Just a little off balance when he played that.
A little bit. It's tough, especially with the wind. If it's coming towards him, you're kind of having to pull off a little bit because you're not expecting it to come into your body quite as much.
That's up.
Wondering if we might just remove the net. They're hitting it so flat. I mean, it's just as if the net's not even an obstacle for them.
Yeah, I know. I don't think I've seen anyone hit quite so flat. But the thing that's impressed me is just their movement. The way they both get around their court is just so impressive so far.
Ooh. Yeah, I think there'll be a little bit of relief from Jubb to have held that game. We faced a couple of break points there.
That was a tough first game to come through, but we'll give him a lot of confidence. Was hitting the ball nicely, but showing what a tough opponent Alasdair Gray's going to be out there, showing all different facets of his game. Good net play, great returning, hitting big from the baseline. It's going to be tough out there for Paul.
Love.
Well, Gray was so quick to come in behind that one, but playing it off his toes into the trams.
Brilliant return from Paul. It was a great serve. I couldn't even see Paul from in the camera, so it was so far behind the baseline, so far out of court. But to be able to dip it to Gray's feet, I think he probably thought he'd have an easier shot than that.
Oh, it's beautifully mixed up, this tennis. It really is. He's got such a powerful serve, and the very next shot is a deft little volley just to take the point. It's lovely.
He has sort of found the blend between the power game and the touch game, and it's just sort of refining that and picking and choosing, but he's found a good balance so far.
40-15.
Just hitting some absolute rockets.
He really is. That serve down the tee from either wing is being very effective and giving Paul Jubb all sorts of problems. Glad I'm not a bull out there today.
I'm glad I'm not Paul Jubb out there today.
Out. 40-30.
Be interesting to have a speed gun here, wouldn't it? I wonder what sort of speed these serves are coming down at.
I'd probably think mid 120s miles an hour, I'd say. Pretty big serving.
I might go a little higher. Oh, super play.
Okay, great.
Well, I think Jubb will feel hard done by to have lost that.
By 2 games to 1.
I'm not quite sure how he managed to squeeze that down the line. The
No.
ball was sort of a foot above the ground there. It was an incredible slice, and I'm not quite sure it was the cleanest passing shot, but it somehow managed to worm its way down the line for a winner.
Was Gray playing this sort of tennis when you saw him on Sunday in that final against Arthur Ferry, or was he upped his game for his opponent today?
No, to be honest, this was exactly the sort of tennis that he was playing. It was an incredibly high level from what I saw on Sunday as well. It was no different. He was trying to look to hit those big serves, hit big ground strokes from the baseline, and look to come forward as much as he possibly could. But when he played Arthur Ferry, Arthur was playing some fantastic tennis as well. But it looks like Alistair has just transferred what he was doing last week onto this week.
Yeah, it's been very impressive. Talking about speed guns for serves, Lucy Arle, who we were talking about before, who coaches at the Junior Tennis Centre, we did a speed service test at Wimbledon a few years ago for Radio Wimbledon. I think Lucy served something like 94 miles an hour.
Okay.
Mine, 19. 19.
I don't believe it.
Honestly.
I'm not sure I believe
well,
that.
I didn't want to believe it, but that's what the speed gun said. I was doing a lefty slice.
I would question that speed gun.
Went slightly wrong. Yeah, I don't know why I've made that public. Anyway.
Get Lucy to give you some lessons.
Yes, no, she was so appalled at what she'd seen, she just walked away.
It doesn't sound like Lucy at all.
Okay, back to the serious business.
Love.
You know, Gray has been playing tennis at the Texas Christian University, another one to be out there playing university tennis in the USA. He's had 10 wins and 2 losses this year. So his record this year is already pretty impressive.
Next. That's it.
Played an ATP 250 in Newport last year, Gray, which I think was a real highlight for him. just great to get there, to be playing an ATP level competition.
It's all about getting that experience. Obviously, especially being a university, you're kind of not being able to test yourself out on the tour. So to be able to see how his game matches up against the very best, huge learning curve for him.
I think he might be the very best.
Well, he's come out of the blocks all guns blazing here. It's just whether he can keep it up. But, you know, it's so impressive what he's doing.
Look at that. From way behind the back of the court, he gets a winning angle. Yeah, you deserve to celebrate that shot, sir.
Next, that's Halt. 30-40.
So it's another break point on the Jubb serve, 30-40. Apologies for the error on screen. Just trying to rectify that now.
Yes.
I wonder if Jubb was expecting quite such a hard workout for this match.
I'm not too sure, but I'm sure he'll know what qualities Alistair can bring to the court. But you're right, I think he probably wasn't expecting Alistair to come out quite so hot as he has been. You know, he's barely missing a ball and hitting the ball so big, but Jubb's come out incredibly well too. It's an extremely high quality level match already.
Yeah, they're very well matched pairing here. So Jubb can hold here. It's a level at 2-2.
Game, Jubb. 2 games all, first set.
Didn't quite have as much on it, that first serve actually from Paul Jubb, but still managed to get the job done. Alistair Gray with that huge serve. Since coming back home from the States, back home to Surbiton, he's been hitting his serves against a trampoline. I mean, poor old trampoline. I wonder if anyone's jumping up and down on that anymore.
I was going to say there must be a few holes in it, that's for sure.
So, it's Gray serving. 2-2. When you're playing shots that flat, there's so little margin for error, isn't it? You've got to be pretty confident and sure about what you're doing.
Absolutely. The most important thing, I think, whatever your game style is that you commit to it. And you can see from Alistair, the way he plays, he's so committed to what he wants to do out there. You know, even that one, he probably should have been a little bit smarter. But there's no second thoughts in his head about what he wants to do out there. And the fact that you are giving yourself a little margin, you're helping yourself a little bit, just the fact that you are so clear with what you want to do. The issue obviously is when you play this sort of tennis, it's if you're 1% off, you know, you're not really giving yourself margin, and that's I think what Jubb's going to be counting on, that he's not going to be able to hold this level, and if he does, I think you have to hold your hands up and say too good, but you're going to kind of expect him to fall off a little bit at some point, and you just got to be there to take the chances.
Well, there's no holding back in this match. They are going for their shots, these two, and with a fair degree of success, by and large. 30 all, 2 all, first set.
Let's go. 40-30.
Job did well to get out of the way of that.
Yes. Advantage great.
Oh,
Great.
I think had Jubb succeeded with that, he'd have had his opponent wrong-footed. But Gray holds on for a 3-2 lead.
Both guys are struggling with their serve because I think obviously both of them have good serves, but at the same time they're both very good returners. So it's kind of making it tough. But it's just such a high-level tennis out here. It's, you know, going one way then the other, but it's impressive stuff.
Yeah, it really is great to see this. They're just going all out. And if you've got two good servers who are also good returners, you're going to have quite a match on your hands. We've got that here today. I guess when you're hitting the ball at this kind of speed, you're not going to be too troubled by the wind, are you?
No, I think Alistair's probably going to be hitting through the wind, so it's not going to be an issue at all. And I'd say the same with Paul. I don't think he hits massively with spin compared to some of the other guys, so they're going to be able to hit through it, and it's not going to affect them quite as much as sort of maybe it would with Cameron with his forehand. But you know, it will obviously still play a part. It just makes the conditions a little bit slower, and because it's pretty cool out there, like we said before, it's not, you know, so nice to play in cool, windy conditions, but they both seem pretty used to it and have brought their best tennis to the court.
They certainly have. And I'm sure they'll be relishing it as well and enjoying it. Jubb to serve. He's had a few break points on his serve so far.
Love. All.
I think that's a pretty close call.
Well, it's a
Jubb's
very close call. I thought I saw that wide.
So did I. I think Jubb's given it a very long, hard look to see if he can spot a ball mark on the court.
Yeah. It's the far sideline from where the umpire is, who's calling the lines, of course, so...
Next. Yes, sir.
That's beautifully played by Jubb. Such really super touch play there. Couldn't put it away the first time, did it the second.
Incredible athleticism from Alistair, though. I really didn't think he was going to make that backhand volley, but he somehow managed to slide into that and get Jubb to play one extra ball.
Yeah, for a tall man, he moves very well.
Wow.
That is, I mean, that's almost gone horizontally across the net. That's just a beautiful touch and a really difficult shot to play.
I'd like to know if he meant to hit it quite that close to the net, but that was a incredible volley and an incredible point, and it's what I want to see more of him doing out there, because I think it's so effective. You know, he's such a big presence when he gets forward to that net.
I'm sure he'll tell you that it's exactly the shot he meant to play.
Be sure to ask him if he does come through this match.
Yeah. You know that little backhand volley at the net in that first set, where it went horizontal, is exactly what you meant to do? Sure.
Probably quite as nonchalantly as that as well, he'll answer.
I mean, it's never easy to execute that shot, but to also have dug it so well out off its toes, and for it not to float long, Paul Jubb, I thought was a great effort, but couldn't quite close out the point.
Out.
Breeze may just have taken hold of that one a little.
Yeah, just a touch. When you float it up like that a little bit, you're more susceptible to the wind catching it, and it just looked like it helped push it past the baseline.
Umpire's dressed for winter. That's a chilly breeze because it's coming from the north. It's got a little bit of Icelandic air in it, I think. A bit of a chill.
Surprised he's not got a woolly jacket on.
Out.
Oh no. Had it on his racket, just pushed it wide.
But both these players are so good at ticking the ball out from the ground. That's, I mean, it's literally his ankle height.
I know there's been numerous occasions already in this match where I thought there's no way they're getting a racket on it, and all of a sudden the ball's back in the court and it's a really awkward position.
Oh no, he did so well to get himself back in the rally.
So many ebbs and flows in that. You thought one person had control, and then all of a sudden one good defensive shot and the other person had control, and just the level of play and the level of defending here is incredible.
Oh, too good.
Advantage great.
Surely that should have gone Jubb's way.
Yeah, I mean, I really don't think he could have done much more. You know, he took it on the drive volley and is somehow, with a cheeky chopper grip, has just managed to find that angle cross court.
Well, he's got big wingspan, tall guy, but he was completely off balance. Played the winner nonetheless, and has another break point on the Jubb serve. Oh. That's great play from Jubb. That needed to be good, didn't it?
That's a level of play that it's taking to win points. You know, there's no free points being given away, and they both know that they're going to have to play to such a high standard to get it. You know, he's sort of 5 feet behind the baseline, having to hit a winner.
Oh, speaking of hitting winners,
Great.
just inside the baseline on that time. Look how he unleashes this shot. Just extraordinary.
Incredible racket head speed, just stays over it so nicely.
Yeah. So, second break point. Oh. Well played from Paul Jubb. He's got more courage than I have. Some of those shots. I mean, that second serve looked, that was deep.
That was tight, wasn't it? It's so nice to see him backing himself coming forward though as well. You know, it would be so easy for him to revert to habit and just hang back, but really forcing himself to be aggressive, which is good to see.
So 2 break points saved, back to deuce. Oh.
Advantage great.
I think we're out of superlatives for all these passing shots that he's been hitting.
Too right. I mean, he's just shown that absolute total disrespect, that serve of Jubb's. And it's a third break point for this man in our picture, Alistair Gray.
Out. Yes.
Both players working up quite a sweat out there, in spite of the coolness, but they're working so hard and producing some terrific tennis. Deuce, 2-3.
Advantage Jubb.
I actually saw Paul wearing a heart rate monitor when he lifted up his shirt, and I think his fitness trainer has got the iPad going so he can see sort of what his heart rate's getting up to, what sort of effect this match is having on him. So he'll have all the information after. It'll just be very interesting to see the numbers.
Yeah, that is interesting. I just think it's pounding a little bit right now.
You'd like to think so.
So Jubb has got advantage, chance to hold here.
Game Jubb.
And he's held. Well, that's a pretty good effort to lob a guy the height of Alistair Gray.
Absolutely. I think just picked up on from the cameras there, he just said big hold to himself. So he knows how important that was. But such a smart play and kept so calm under pressure. And you can see how important he felt that hold was with his reaction.
How would his fitness trainer use the information in terms of the heart rate monitor?
I think he would just be using it. He might actually be wearing this piece of equipment called a G-Vert as well, which measures sort of the impact as well, because obviously they're able to track how much impact you do in a training session, and how it does compare to a training session. So they'll be able to see what they need to improve on, you know, if he needs to work on certain things, or how he recovers as well. So they'll be able to get a lot of different information that will be handy. You know, looking at how he recovers later, and also for how he's going to train for the next competition.
I think in the Battle of the Brits they were using something called Catapult, were they, which is a tracking device?
Yeah.
A bit like they use, the rugby players use.
That's correct. I think he's just wearing the heart rate monitor now, but I've used the Catapult before, and the information that you can get is really interesting. Obviously, I'm not quite sure how all of it works, so I pass on to the more knowledgeable people. But yeah, the fitness trainers and the coaches can get some crucial stuff that they need, and is really beneficial to the player.
Oh.
30-15.
30-15, and he's just hitting those lines, well, not every time, but probably often enough, certainly from Paul Jubb's point of view. Alistair Gray has really imposed himself on this match from the outset, and is giving Paul Jubb, the number 2 seed here in this event, all sorts of problems.
Net for serve.
I think there's a little wry smile from Paul after that last backhand. It's sort of have to hold your hands up and say, what can I do when my opponent's hitting a backhand like that?
40-15.
Or indeed a second serve like that, straight down the line. He acknowledges it as well. 40-15. Sorry, a few problems with the scoreboard again, but another chance for Gray just to move ahead. Remaining on serve.
Out. Net, second serve.
Second serve at 40-15. Finding the line beautifully, Jubb, with that forehand.
Showing Alistair that anything he can do better.
Yes.
Well, he did all the hard work, Paul Jubb, only to find the net with that shot. And I just wonder if Gray let off the hook just a little bit there. I thought he could have come in, having sent Jubb wide, earlier on in that rally.
Yeah, there was a chance to come in earlier, but you know, he got let off the hook there. I think Paul had done all the hard work, and then to miss that forehand where, you know, he felt he probably should have hit a winner off it. He'll be a little bit frustrated, but yeah, Alistair got out of jail there.
Game, great. Gray leads by 4-3, first set.
Well, this is still very much anybody's match. And both players are playing at such a high level. Inevitably going to be one or two errors when you're playing at this kind of level, hitting the ball so flat and trying to find the lines, trying to find those angles to outwit your opponent. But they are acquitting themselves really well, giving us a wonderful game to watch.
I'm thoroughly enjoying this. I'm so impressed with both of their all-court games. You know, their attack and the defence. It's been very enjoyable to watch. It's just whether both of them can keep this level up. But there's been no drop-off in the first 7 games so far.
No, indeed. I wonder, did you have a suspicion perhaps that Alistair Gray there could have been a chance that he might have dropped off because he started so well, but I mean he's sustained it all the way through so far.
I think potentially with game styles like that, it's very hard to kind of play at that level consistently, especially when you're giving yourself such fine margins. But the way he's managed to blend staying in the point with the attacking game has been impressive, and you almost kind of don't feel that. Yes, he's going for such big shots, but it actually doesn't feel like he's out of his comfort zone as well. So he's definitely kept up a lot longer than I thought he would. But I can't quite see it changing anytime soon. I mean, what do you do against that? Literally.
You just move on to the next point.
Yeah, pretty much just hold your hands up and say too good. Oh.
15-all.
I think that was a lot of a tougher shot than he made that look so nonchalantly.
Yes.
Just short angle cross-court volley winner.
That's a shot you could so easily have either dumped in the net or put wide. He played it perfectly. Yeah, just floated a little too long for Gray, I think, that little drop shot. See that wind really picking up again.
Oh. T15.
It's the first sort of loose return we've seen from Gray, I think.
I think this is almost one of the first unforced errors that I can remember in the last few games, at least, to be given away in sort of one of the first shots of the rally.
Out, game, drop. 4 games all, first set.
Slightly easier hold, which Jubb will be thankful for.
Yeah.
A couple of sloppy errors on that backhand.
15 love. Out. 30 love.
Just off the frame of the racket. Skying that one aloft. That ball is coming at him at a fairly high rate, Paul Jubb.
Out. Out. 30-15. Out.
Let's go.
Great return from Jubb. That
Back to you.
really dipped over the net when it came back, pretty much into the body of Alistair Gray.
A couple of errors creeping into his game though, especially on that backhand side.
Yes.
Just giving Jubb a little sneak peek into a break here.
Oh.
30-40.
Sense perhaps there's a little bit dropping away from Gray's game, just certainly in this service game.
Just a fraction, and when you play the style that he does, if you're not on it 100%, it does fling up a few errors, and Jubb's taken advantage of that here.
Yeah, first break point on the Gray serve.
Out.
Gray's having none of it.
Yes.
Brings it back to deuce. I mean, this is a great thing. If you've got a strong serve, I mean, it's your get out of jail card, isn't it?
I wouldn't know, but I'm just envious of Alice's serve having that absolute rocket. But it does make life a lot easier when you know you can get some cheap points off that first serve, and he's been doing that so successfully so far.
Advantage Gray.
That's a pretty emphatic point from Gray, moving into the net nicely, putting it away with that smash to set up game point for a 5-4 lead.
Yes.
I thought that was wide, I must say,
So did I.
as did Alistair Gray. But the most important person in this is the umpire, who saw it as in, maybe clipped the outside edge of the line. I mean, that's the closest line to where he is, the umpire, so I think Gray will feel a little hard done by. Deuce. Well, he really wound up for the swing for that forehand, Gray, and just dumped what should have been a fairly straightforward smash into the net to give Paul Jubb another break point.
Good defence though from Paul. I think you saw that Alistair was in control, but managed to get a shorter, managed to hit it shorter to Alistair to get a kind of hit it into the backhand side, and managed to lob him. Probably some wind got behind it to make it a little bit deeper than he thought, and made it a trickier smash for Alistair than he was hoping for.
Yes.
And another get out of jail.
Be interesting to see how many aces he's hit,
Yes.
especially on the big points.
And credit to him for being able to do that, to pull it out of the bag and make it work, make it count. Oh, another supreme lob
Advantage Jubb.
from Paul Jubb, and played with such nonchalance.
So cool, calm and collected, wasn't he? I think he realised that, I mean, Alistair was pretty much hanging over the net there, and all he had to do was, I'm pretty sure the lob wasn't too far past the service line, so just having that measure of calmness about him and realising that was the right shot to go for.
Third break point.
Out. Wait, please. Yes.
Oh, Gray not even tempted to hold back on that, was he, and play it safe. He was going for the winner.
I'm not sure he knows how to play safe, to be honest. I'm not sure that's in his repertoire.
He probably needs to have another gear. But,
Quite possibly.
Out.
Probably will be something that his coaches will look to add to his game, just having a slightly more steady game just to be able to fall back onto if his A game's not working.
Advantage Gray.
So Gray with the chance now for a 5-4 lead in what has been a really closely contested opening set in this men's quarter-final.
Out Gray. Gray.
Well, it's a great hold from Gray because he really was on the ropes at times there.
First set.
A 5-4 lead with Jubb now to serve to stay in this opening set, and I'm not sure we probably saw this coming, did we, at the start? Well, once the match was underway, we weren't sure what we were going to get, but I think just looking at their biogs beforehand and looking at what Paul Jubb has been achieving in recent times, he's Gray is absolutely toe-to-toe with him right now.
I mean, from going what I saw last week, I obviously saw what he was capable of, but obviously it's transferring that against a higher ranked player and a player of higher quality, and he's really shown that he has those capabilities, and you know, he's got himself out of trouble in that last game, and all credit to him, didn't hold back, went for his shots, and Jubby, you know, he can't really have too many regrets. I don't really think he did too much wrong. It was just Alistair came out with big shots at the right time.
Time.
So Paul Jubb needs to make sure that his service is on song here. He's got so many different facets to his game as well to fall back on. So Jubb serving then at 4-5.
Out. Love 15.
Again, probably didn't need to be quite that good.
No, but probably the pressure of how well Alistair moves kind of got into his head a little bit there, and obviously got the pressure as well of serving 5-4 down and having to hold sustain this set with the help of a net cord is always nice.
Hear it.
That didn't quite come off the middle of the racket, that one.
So smart from Alistair using that chip down the middle of the court as well. I think sometimes people get too caught up in trying to hit width, but they forget how smart it is to hit down the middle of the court. Don't give your opponent any angles.
Just sort of Leon Smith there, head of men's tennis, Davis Cup captain. I'm sure he'll be very pleased with what he's seeing, not just here in this match, but over the past couple of days. Oh, it's great movement from Paul Jubb. I said there are other facets of the game to fall back on. His movement is one of them.
Absolutely. It's been a standout thing from this first set that you can see the athleticism that he's got and the court coverage that he was able to do, and how he's suddenly able to turn defence into attack is phenomenal.
Must be great to be young and have good knees.
I wouldn't know. But no, you know, he's just, having seen him in the gym and seen firsthand the jumping prowess that he has and the strength that he has, it's pretty impressive, and he's really putting that to good use.
Oh!
40-30.
Well, that was a pretty ferocious rally, and Jubb coming out on top, as indeed he needed to stay in this set. So with a point now on his serve to level things up at 5-all.
Jubb. 5 games all. First set.
Good play from Jubb, and this is going the distance, this opening set, with some really high quality tennis. What a treat for us to be watching this sort of tennis.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm not sure everyone expected such a high level when, you know, this is probably only the sort of second or third match back from lockdown. So I think I've been thoroughly impressed, and I've thoroughly enjoyed watching them, and I can't wait to see how it goes. I would like to call this one.
How have your predictions been so far this week?
I'm probably on a solid 10% correct. Yeah, I'm not too sure. Maybe if we get to a tie break, we can have a little competition as to who we predict.
Out.
Well, well, well. Who expected that?
Love 15.
You can understand Gray leaving it, thinking it was going to go out. A misjudgment, or maybe again the wind catching it, who knows?
I have to say, I thought the ball was going to go wide as well, but it just managed to clip the outside of the line, and it was one of those horrible, awkward shots that you don't think you're going to have to hit.
Come on!
Love 30.
Quite a bit of intensity there from Paul Jubb.
You can see him mouthing to himself every point now. Knows how crucial a love 30 lead on the Gray serve is.
Absolutely. Especially at this end of the set. 5-all. Love 30.
$15.30.
Again, that's such an impressive angle to get from the baseline.
I think Jubb even applauded the the shot. He realised that it was a big forehand to hit at such a crucial time, and you know, if he's going to come out with shots like that, you know, there's nothing you can do about it.
Yeah, that lob was just not deep enough.
15-40.
Paul Jubb putting that away impressively, and it gives him 2 incredibly valuable break points. But Jubb playing that point so well earlier on in the rally, finding the corners, great footwork, terrific play.
Out. 30-40.
I think Paul thought he'd made it, but it was just long.
A wry smile from the umpire too. He still has a break point, Jubb. Is Gray going to pull out one of these devastating first serves, though? Oh, he's done it.
New balls, please.
So, break for
Lead
Jubb.
6-5 first set.
6-5, and he'll be serving for the set with new balls. Well, he's done really well there, Paul Jubb. And he's such an intelligent player too, isn't he?
He's got that understanding of the all-court game. He realises when he needs to be a bit more aggressive, but he also realises when he needs to respect the ball and just be happy to stay in that rally. Not saying that he's not being aggressive, but you know, he has to respect that one and kind of neutralise his opponent a little bit more. And you've seen all aspects of his game today. You know, you've seen the aggression when he's needed to, but the movement around the court and the defence that he has, and he's managed to find a really good blend of it. And probably the pressure of kind of getting close in Alistair's service games has really built up, and there probably was a difference in that last game.
Well, nice to see a Wimbledon towel getting some use this year. Might not have done otherwise.
No, he's kind of wearing his all whites, isn't he, to maybe get a feel.
Yeah, the weather we had yesterday was certainly pretty redolent of Wimbledon's gone by, because this would have been, of course, the second week of Wimbledon. Would have been men's semi-finals day today.
I know, I think we all wish the Wimbledon was on, but obviously it just gives us something more to look forward to next year and to appreciate when it's back on, hopefully.
Yeah. In the meantime, we are being treated to some wonderful tennis here at Roehampton, the LTA British Tour, and the return to elite competition. And these two guys are really putting up a terrific performance here in the opening set of this quarter-final. Paul Jubb, the number 2 seed, against Alistair Gray. Terrific
Love.
play. I mean, wonderful running backhand there from Alistair Gray in desperation, still getting the ball back with a decent angle, but Jubb was already at the net and ready to dispatch it. 30 love, 2 points away from taking this opening set. Oh, that's excellent play yet again from Alistair Gray. Really clever shots.
30-15.
Finishing off by going behind Jubb, not giving him a chance.
Not quite sure how he managed to stay in the point there. I don't think we saw him for half the rally. He was so far behind the baseline. But again, that defence proving how important it is. Managed to sneak that point somehow.
40-15.
So an ace from Paul Jubb sets up 2 set points.
That's come, Alistair, it's come from right over there.
They've got a stray ball on the court, which has been sent back where it came from. Jubb serving then, 2 set points, 40-15.
Out game, first set, Jubb by 7 games to 5.
Well, a slightly tame end to what has been a hugely impressive and well-fought set from both these players, so well matched. I sense probably a little bit of relief from Paul Jubb to get through that opening set, Anna.
I think so too. I think you could see his shoulders just drop a little bit once he'd taken a deep breath and realised that he'd managed to get through. But I think it was such a high level from both of them that, you know, it's going to be interesting to see if they can both keep it up in this next set. I was so impressed with both of their attacking and defensive game.
Yes, with Alistair Gray in particular, you feel, you know, is the head going to drop? I really hope not, because he should be really proud of the way he's acquitted himself so far. And he's taken the game to Paul Jubb all the way, just dropping away in those last 2 games. But as you say, can he keep up that momentum, that drive, that confidence and that aggression?
You'd hope that he can take the positives from that first set, because obviously there was such fine margins. You know, he had numerous chances on Paul's serve, and you know, if he could have just taken one of those break points, it could have been completely different. So hopefully he can just see it as a positive and just regroup. But also with the scoring system, it's not like he knows that he has to win 2 full sets as well. He can really just channel his energy into knowing that, okay, yeah, I might have lost that first set, but I just need to win 1 more set, and we've got the lottery of a tie-break shootout to finish. So you'd hope that he can regroup and kind of show us that same intensity that he did in that first set.
And probably doesn't need to change very much with what he's doing, does he?
Absolutely
Second
not.
set.
I think it literally just came down to a few points here and there. There was one game I think he played a few sloppy backhands where he maybe had a chance to break, but I really don't think he did too much wrong. It was just Jubb playing too well at the end.
Love 15. Out.
Come on, everyone.
15-0. Out. 30-15. Out. Out. 40-15.
Yeah, Gray really sort of lofting that backhand back to his opponent, just changing the pace slightly.
That could be something that he might have to do. Obviously, I think Paul Job quite likes the pace that he's receiving because, you know, he doesn't necessarily generate as much on his own. So maybe that could be a thing, you know, add a few more slices and change the height of the shots, add a little bit, you know, higher shots to his shoulder height that Job's having to hit it from. But, you know, it's tricky. Job's thrown in a couple of errors here, though.
Net. That's up. Out.
Yeah, Gray's serve not being quite the kind of nailed-on, reliable part of his game that it was in the first set.
No, the first serve percentage just crept down a touch, and when it does, you feel he's slightly more vulnerable, and Job can get on those second serves a little bit more.
Net for serve. Game, right.
That's a pretty venomous second serve right down the line.
This game, second set.
And just geeing himself up a little bit. I think if he gets tired at all as well and the serve starts to let him down, that could be a problem for him, but he's held on there in the opening game.
He did. I think that was crucial to stop the momentum that Job had of winning that first set. It's so easy to get a little bit disheartened when you played so well and you don't quite make it over the line, but a good start.
Look at that. 0 out of 6 in terms of break points for Gray. 1 from 5 for Job.
Pretty impressive serving. First serve percentage from both of them, 74 and 76. So you're pretty happy if that's your serving percentage over the course of a match.
Out.
Oh.
Love 15.
Come on.
Out. 15 all. Out. 30-15.
Bit of a loose forehand from Gray. Job serving well. Oh, again, there's that shot. He plays to perfection. I think he means it every time.
I know. I think he does. I think he got a little help from the net court there, but the control and he knew exactly what he was trying to do. It's just so nice to see.
Nets. Yes, sir. Forty 30. Out. Game. Job. 1 game all. Second set.
So let's see how the grey serve goes in this second game of this second set. A few little questions perhaps about it, about its reliability in that opening game, but he still came through it. Serves now at 1-1.
Out. 15.
Wasn't by much. The sun shining brightly here now. Really does look glorious out there.
First time the sun's actually peeked through the clouds for a little while.
Yeah.
It's quite nice to see.
It is.
Out.
I'm not sure that was long.
Maybe the umpire's been blinded by this dazzling sunlight that's shining in his face. Oh, lovely shot.
15 all.
It's so emphatic, isn't it?
Yeah.
That forehand.
No hesitation. He just knows I'm going to hit this with everything I've got, and it stays hit, doesn't it? There's no, there's no coming back for it.
Well played, Paul Jubb.
15-30.
There's a lot of cutting and slicing, and then Jubb managing to finish that one off. $15-30.
Out.
Whoa, no. Got a little loose on that one.
30 all.
And knows it. Had the opportunity to finish off that point.
Frustrating because it was the right shot to go for, just aimed for a little bit too close to the line, but was trying to do the right thing.
Yeah, and there really haven't been too many errors either. So 30 all now. Goodness me, he forced his opponents so wide on that serve.
40-30. Game, great.
Gray looking solid again. And will have had the sun in his eyes a bit.
Gray leads by 2
serving
games
there.
to 1. Second set. First set, Jubb.
And that will be the case for Paul Jubb in the next game. But still very much toe-to-toe. Look at that first set score, 7-5. It really could have gone either way. And I think I still feel that way about this set and the rest of the match.
Yeah, I really haven't seen much that has changed between the first set and the second set. I think Alistair's managed to keep his intensity up really well, and that's the one thing you can question as to when you've had a close first set, whether you're able to keep that intensity up, but he's proven that he has, and Paul's got to find some sort of way to get into those service games and try and sneak a break, because otherwise this is potentially heading for a tie break.
Yeah. And as you say, that's something of a lottery, isn't
Time.
it? And I wonder how much of the experience that Paul Jubb got last year of playing the top players in the world would give him in terms of his mental strength to dig himself out of a hole. I mean, when he qualified for Eastbourne last year, he beat Andrei Rublev, now a top 20 player. He beat Dennis Istomin. He took a set off João Sousa at Wimbledon. So, you know, he's experienced some pretty big opposition.
It's probably what the difference was in that first set. You know, those important points, he realised what he had to do, and he dug so deep to get it. And that's where that experience of having some top-level matches under your belt, which, you know, Alistair ultimately doesn't have. And you think that was the difference. And whether it's going to happen in this second set as well. But, you know, at the top of the game, it is 1 or 2 points here and there. You know, it's not such big margins.
Out. Love 15.
Sporting call of well played from Alistair Gray, being totally wrong-footed by Jubb. And it's always knowing when to change direction, isn't it? Which is the key to this.
Yeah, it's sometimes finding the balance between wanting to go into the open space and realising that the back behind shot is sometimes the smartest one to go to, but it's just having that tactical knowledge and awareness of what you need to do and hitting the right shots at the right time.
Sure.
30-15. T15. Game, Jubb.
Yeah, should have done better on that backhand.
2 games all, second sets.
Gray, he was looking straight down that left-hand line. But Jubb doing well to hold. And we've got a lovely summer's evening here at Roehampton at the LTA National Tennis Centre. Jubb taking that first set, tight first set, 7-5. Now 2-all in the second. Let's see how the grey serve is going to be. Pretty emphatic.
I'm pretty sure Paul thought that was long by the look on his face, holding his hands behind his head, and absolutely. So I don't blame the umpire for missing that.
No, he's got his sunglasses on. He's just taking them off and put them back on again. The umpire. So I think it's quite a tricky light out there. Actually, the sun's just beginning to dip a bit. Oh, it's a brilliant shot from Paul Jubb, because that's a big target at the net.
Absolutely, he, you know, the pressure that he can put on, and when you see someone like that covering the net, but Paul was able to stay so cool, calm, and he didn't try and hit it too hard, which I think was the key. Just use that angle, used a bit more left hand, and was able to just gently nudge it cross court.
Out. 15-30.
He doesn't want to be serving too many of those, Alistair Gray. If Jubb senses a chance, you just feel he's gonna grab it with both hands, don't you?
I think he realises that these little points where he's got 15-30 is so important. Alistair's not giving him too many free points and too many sniffs at a break here, so he's got to realise that he's got to be solid.
Oh, beautiful shot.
30-all.
It's almost effortless, isn't it?
I mean, yeah, I mean the racket head speed that he's able to generate. If you look here, just whew, the way the racket goes, it just flies through the ball, and the commitment and the shoulder turn that he's able to generate is just, it's phenomenal, and it's just another rocket down the line.
Come on now, come on! 30-40.
But it'll all be worth nothing if you can't hold here. It's another break point for Paul Jubb.
He's finding his range a little bit more on a few of these returns.
Oh.
Game, Jubb. Jubb leads by 3-2, second set, and by 1 set to love.
I mean, he threads it through the eye of a needle here, Paul Jubb. Look at that. He had nothing to aim at.
No, he didn't. But again, just the way he stayed over the ball and just sort of caressed it down the line. I think he even got a little thumbs up from his fitness trainer, who's just next to us here. So even he was happy with that one.
Well, that could be a critical break of serve for Paul Jubb at 3-2. The grey serve has been such a potent weapon, certainly in that opening set. But if he's not able to rely on it, he's having to rely on other parts of his game, which are also extremely strong. But that will be a disappointment for Gray.
Yeah, in a sense, I don't actually think he did too much wrong there. I think on the 2 points at the end there, you know, he's hit 2 incredible passing shots. I really don't know what else he could have done. He kept it sort of, you know, 2 feet from the floor, and Jubby's just come up with these incredible backhands. So I think he can't be too despondent with what he's done, and just has to realise that Jubb's played too well there and just really try to bounce back here.
Yes, and if Jubb can hold here, he could be well on his way. Serving now at 3-2.
Net for serve. Out. 15 love. Love.
Again, Gray not doing too much wrong, and that was a lovely shot, but not enough. Jubb so quick to move in. Look at this.
Just the control as well at the end. The speed he's coming up to that ball, then to be able to slow down and just hit that ball gently cross court for a winner.
Box. 30-15.
Sounds you can hear from another match on the court behind the end that Alistair Gray is the other men's quarter-final on right now. Jack Pennington-Jones and Anton Matusevic.
Out. 40-15.
I think a ball has just attacked one of our microphones. So Jubb with a chance for a very useful lead here.
Oops.
No.
Jubb. Jubb leads by 4-2, second set.
So that hold for Paul Jubb, really putting him in the ascendancy in this second set, leading by a set to love as well. What can Gray do here? Well, not that.
No, I actually thought it was a pretty good serve out wide. Got him outside of the tram lines, but Paul managed to hit a really good forehand slice short, making Alistair try and go for the hardest shot down the line, just clipping the top of the tape.
Oh. Love 30.
Signs that this might just be slipping away from Alistair Gray.
Yeah, you do get that feeling. I think Paul almost senses blood here, and he's really trying to up the intensity and realises that if he can get this break here, he's going to have a bit of comfort and have that cushion of knowing that he's got 2 bites of the cherry to serve for it if he needs to.
Out. 15-30.
Jubb not happy with the call. I think that did look long. No?
I'm honestly not too sure. I think it was pretty tight. I think his fitness trainers are, I can see them out of the corner of my eye. They're telling me it was in.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So I think Paul has a right to be a little bit frustrated.
Net for serve. Oh. Out.
Big chance here for Paul.
15-14.
2 break points.
Oh.
Game. Job.
Well, a huge shout from Jubb.
5 games to 2, second set, and by 1 set to love.
And that's why you hear that scoreline. He's just a game away now from a place in the semi-finals, but my word has he been made to work hard for it by Alistair Gray. Paul Jubb is the number 2 seed here, and he's played a really good second set, and making the most of any errors and weaknesses that Gray has shown in the second set.
Yeah, I think Paul's just maintained his level. I think, you know, he hasn't really done too much differently, but Alice has just dropped off a touch, and I think that's been the difference. But Paul's intensity in this set and in the whole match throughout has been incredible.
Yeah, it really has. And he'll be keen to close this out now.
Time.
So Paul Jubb serving at 5-2 for a place in the semi-finals.
Down. 15 love. Thirty love.
Oh, too much. Really didn't need to go that wide.
30-15.
Haven't seen too many loose shots from Paul Jubb.
Net for serve. Oh. 40-15.
Match point.
Game, set match job. By 2 sets to love. 7-5, 6-2.
Well, that's a terrific match from both players. Jubb doing really well to see it out in the end in straight sets. Didn't need the tiebreak in the end, but my word was he made to work hard by a very impressive Alistair Gray. Jubb through to the semis, 7-5, 6-2.
Incredibly impressive performance from Jubb there. The intensity and the level throughout was just amazing. I think he'll be very pleased with his performance after coming through a tough one yesterday. To be able to show that kind of improvement in his game, it's going to be really impressive. I think Rob's heading down now to do an encore interview with him and hear his thoughts, so that would be interesting. I'm sure he's going to be very pleased with what he just showed out there. Again, really good stats. I think the serve percentage, 76%. First serve percentage, 1 as well. He's going to be pleased with the amount of break points that he was able to create. And also the amount of break points that he was able to save. Didn't get broken once in that match. I think we're ready to hear from Paul. He's joining Rob courtside now.
Paul, many congratulations. A second really tough match. Is that the way you would have liked it?
Yeah, it couldn't have gone any better, to be honest. Alistair came to play today, and I just stuck with it, and kept my level, and yeah, it was a really good match.
Were you surprised at how hot he was right from the outset?
No, I mean, I know him very well, and I know he's a great player anyway, and he can play great tennis just like that. So I expected him to play well, and that's what he did, and yeah, I was just ready for it.
And is it more helpful for you to play 2 matches the same against Max Basing? That it was a match you had to work hard for. Same again today. Do you get more out of that?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you get more confidence out of the matches where you have to dig deep and come out the other end. But yeah, I mean, every player in this tournament's going to be a tough match. So yeah, there's no easy matches here.
I know you were playing in Battle of the Brits a couple of weeks ago, acquitted yourself well in that as well. How important and how much are you getting out of being back in playing competitive tennis again?
Yeah, I mean, since I've been back, it's been great. I mean, past 5 weeks have been so good, playing with the best guys in British tennis. Day in, day out, it's been, amazing, and I'm just working hard right now and hopefully getting better as the days go by.
Through to the semis, and your intention is to go at least 1 stage further, I'm sure?
Yeah, I mean, with anything, just push, and hopefully, keep moving forward.
Great play. Paul, thanks for entertaining us.
Appreciate
Fabulous
it.
match.
Thank you.
Well played.
I told him you were coming.